Okay, time now is 2:00 p.m. So I think our event should be started. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Jiang Guanyu and also the convener of this event, the Global Health Diplomacy Summit. And first of all, I have to say great thanks to all my colleagues. That means the team member from the Federation of Public Health Students in Taiwan and the Taiwan Pharmaceutical Students Association, and some medical students from different medical schools. Okay, first, in the beginning, the title, Global Health Diplomacy Summit, Global Health Diplomacy Summit. This title is supplied by myself because I think we know after the pandemic, we see the important issue that about the global health cooperation with different organizations, right? Not only the WHO. And we also know there is a pandemic treaty is now enacted by different organizations or other members, negotiation or other things, okay. So how to cultivate yourself as a talent and to have some communication or negotiation with your member in the organization or to empowerment yourself, I think is very important. And there is some pandemic, after the pandemic, there are some trend we should know for the young people, young generation. So I have to say thanks to all the speakers invited here, and they arrived at here on time. Okay, so please give me a big hand to all the speakers here today, okay? Thanks to Brian, Bill, and Jen, and Linus, and Thomas. So maybe I should give my microphone to the first moderator, right? Okay, the first moderator, okay. So maybe the Carrie, it's your turn.
Hey, all right. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie, and I'm really honored to be here, to be invited as a moderator of the first half of the conference. And before I start to introduce our first speakers, I would like to briefly introduce myself. I'm the co-founder and CEO of FPHSA, and FPHSA is the largest mental health platform. We do matchmaking for the people who needs mental health help and the psychologists in Taiwan. And so we have already processed over 130,000 sessions of mental therapies and behavioral interventions, and online and offline. So I believe that with the ingenuity and creativity of the Taiwanese software engineering and counseling psychology, and we can all create a world where the mental health support is easily accessible to anyone. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our first speaker, Thomas Huang, and the founder and CEO of GeneOnline. And with the impressive 15 years backgrounds in biotechnology field, Thomas has established himself as a leading global biotech investment advisor. His expertise in genetics is highly regarded, and he carries unwavering passion for bridging and information gaps to the field of biotechnology across various countries. So let's give a warm welcome to Thomas Huang. Yeah.
Oh, so I just sit here, right? Okay. So as a clicker.
Is Is there a clicker?
All right, try not to break my neck when I picking in my slides. Hi, everyone. Good day. I'm Thomas Huang. And thanks everyone for coming here, and thanks the organizer to invite me to join this great event. So today's topic is gonna be the post-pandemic trend in medicine. So this is what I'm gonna share with a lot of our observation, and GeneOnline has been a media, in the life science platform. So we have seen a lot of observation, and I would like to share with everyone about those information. Okay, so Carrie has did an introduction for me. So I'm a life science background with a lot of product development in DNA testing, genetic antibody, and also we host a lot of biotech events globally, and I also speak about gene therapy in TED talk before. So the reason why we want to start GeneOnline is because when I was searching for a lot of information in the healthcare or biotech, I faced a lot of difficulty, especially in the Asia-Pacific market. And I was thinking, okay, even I'm a professional myself, I wasn't able to find a lot of information. What about the people, who is not even expert in, or general people? So that's why we want to create a platform that can make a lot of information more accessible and make the life science information more transparent. So we are one of the leading, we're the leading platform in life science. So we're providing the latest market information and news. And we have a very strong focus in the Asia-Pacific region, which is a lot of people who doesn't cover or does not know what's happening. So we started 2015, we have come a long way. We are the only life science platform that offer both English and Chinese. And with over 50,000 subscribers and 250 visitors each month. And a lot of them come from North America and Asia Pacific. So we have done a lot of global biotech events and interviews, including medical technology summit, oncology, a lot about regional event in San Diego, US, Asia. And we have done a lot of interview for a lot of life science experts, including Nobel Prize winners, a lot of CEO or regional leaders, which they can share with a lot of insight how the global life science trend or regional life trend is going forward. So we have built quite strong network across the world, not just in Asia, but the US and Europe with a great partnership. So with that, we are able to access to a lot of companies or reach out to a lot of scientists and the first-hand information and biotech companies. And therefore, it's kind of like we are the go-to place for what you want to know what happened in the life science sector. So today, I'm going to share with everyone the pandemic trend, post-pandemic trend about medicine. And this is from our observation. And I'm going to go over to 5 main topics. One is change in molecular diagnostic. And second is new drug and therapies. The third one is decentralized clinical trials and shift in the demographic in the biopharma or industry. And 4, AI in medicine. And this one, I'm going to share a little bit about Taiwan's biotech and healthcare that we done research in. So, as we know, the COVID has changed a lot. Like a lot of people before they didn't know what's PCR or those kind of tests, but now I think even our mom or grandparents know what PCR is. And those tests has been quite available, but in order to do a good test, everyone should remember like how we used to poke the nose very deep, but now as the technology evolved, we can do a speed or a lot of different tests to get those samples, and this is how we improve our technology and make it more sensitive. And the second one would be how we can do a lot of tests in large scale, because if you want to do a whole country and test everyone has positive and quarantine, it is require a lot of capacity. So the COVID has changed that in make the test in large scale and implement a lot of automation. And the third one is direct-to-consumer testing. Before, the doctor always think, okay, we will have to do the test in the clinical setting, but now everyone were able to do the test at home, or the first FDA-approved COVID test, a lot of tests available on Amazon, which means it will change the future how we can do the test by doing it at home and send it to the doctors. So fourth will be leveraging the DNA sequencing technology and different samples. So I talk about the next generation DNA sequencing, which you can do a lot of DNA tests in one batch. And more important is, with that you can test not just know if you're positive or not, but also know if you have new variants. So it will be a very good public health care tools. So a little more about the DNA sequencing technology, because I have done a lot of product development in this, so I realize it is a very powerful tool in public health. Let me give you an example. A lot of people they use now you can collect the sewage water or the shower water in the hospital, and you do the DNA sequencing. You can know what variants is coming out, or if you have the next outbreak in the hospital. So with that, you'll help us prevent the next outbreak. And it is also very useful in drug development, because a lot of new mutation you can be discovered through DNA sequencing, and also a lot of new drugs, they are biologic drugs. What I mean by biologic drug is the drug doesn't synthesize in chemical, but it is synthesized using cells. So with that, you have to put in the important gene in the drug, and you will have to do the DNA sequencing with that. And the next one will be the new RNA therapy, which was in research for more than 20 years. But during pandemic, it was able to bring the vaccine to the market. And it is technically a very large scale clinical trial in the world. So what we see is how the pandemic has changed a lot of drug in the market and how we design the clinical trial. And even now, the RNA is already been tested. And we are looking into more application like cancer or immunotherapy. So the next one is the clinical trial and decentralized trial. So before, we all think the clinical trial can only be done in the hospital setting. And now, during pandemic, not everyone can go to the hospital. And with the access for what we talk about, direct-to-consumer testing, DNA testing, you can do it at home, or a lot of new device, you can test your medical, your wearable device. So with that, a lot of information you can gather when the patient is home, or telemedicine can also be implemented. So many telephone and drug platform has been bring out to the market, like GoodRx is one of the pharma delivery system. And so before we think we have to go to pharmacies to get the drugs, But now, after pandemic, we can get those drugs that you're using the online system or compare the price. And also, Farhag is one of example that we can see there's a telemedicine for mental health, right? And we'll see more and more of those platforms to be available. Okay, then the next one is the faster vaccine development. So with the DNA sequencing, we can decode the virus genetic more quickly. And also, since we know what the sequence or gene it is, we will be able to know what proteins you will produce. And with that, we can also use AI to simulate how the protein interact each other. So you'll really expedite how the drugs develop, because in order to test one drug in a clinical trial is very, very expensive. So if you can use the AI or those stimuli to screen out a lot of non-potential drug, you will really save the cost for the pharmaceutical company and make the process shorter. Okay. So the demand for vaccine has changed a lot in demographic and the landscape of drug manufacture. Because during pandemic, a lot of shipping or the channel has been stopped. So every region was facing a lot of difficulty in access a lot of material or shipping to the drug. So in the end, those regions will have to develop their own ecosystem or build their own manufacturer. And a lot of drug, they require a special temperature or delivery system. So without those cold chain, a lot of companies, they will not be able to deliver those drugs to the certain country. So in the end, we will see a lot of countries that start building their own manufacturer to manufacture drug, or like Moderna, they are able to license the technology to like Korea or Thailand, so they can manufacture locally. And this is going to, even Taiwan, now they are start looking to build more manufacturer site for high-end CDMO drugs. Next one, I'm going to talk about the AI and ChatGPT. But as we know, the ChatGPT is very hot, and the AI has been already implemented in a lot of initial tool to help the doctors, for example, like imaging. Medical imaging is the more mature area for AI to use. So a lot of like cancer X-ray data, or those are being used to find something that the doctor doesn't see. However, the patient, I think the patient diagnosis is more complicated than, because if you look at a cancer patient, and you have 1,000 oncologists looking into how to treat the patient, in the end, if you ask them to vote, they will have, every oncologist have a different treatment, because to treat a patient is just not looking into the drug itself, but also you have to look at the economy for the patient, their tolerance, or what kind of drug that have been done. And even different drug, it can be a different combination. So it is not just that easy to be implemented in using just AI. So I'm also going to talk about a little bit about Taiwan biotech and healthcare. So we have, GeneOnline has covered a lot about Asia biotech landscape, including Taiwan. So what we notice that Taiwan has been a progress in policy and government funding. The Taiwan has, the biotech is worth more than $22 billion with 7% growth each year since 2020. And the Taiwan government, as we know, it has been implement new policies to make, including the new treatments and CDMO and gene therapy, cell therapy. And the one thing I think about the Taiwan regulation that is good for the Western is it is very strict in line with the US FDA regulation, which means if the drug is approved in the US FDA, it can be very easily assessed and go into the Taiwanese market as well. And there's also a National Development Fund, which has invested quite a lot in the Taiwan biotech industry, directly or indirectly. And the Taiwan healthcare system, it is a single-payer system which covers everyone's health. And the total healthcare expenditure is nearly 6% of the Taiwan GDP, which means it is a lot of money if we want to decide to use that to invest in the healthcare sector, and it can help the healthcare sector to grow a lot. For example, if we do the genetic testing or COVID testing, and we invest those money, then we can collect data for future researches. And Taiwan is also implementing the electronic healthcare record and also the biobank, which has genetic data. From my understanding, if you look at the Asia Pacific country, I think Japan is the one that has more biobank, and the second one will be Taiwan, because it has collect the most genetic data from its citizens, and also it can work with the EHR system. Also, it is very friendly to work with other pharmas, which is not different, which is very different from like Korea or other countries. And you also have like 26 world-class medical centers, which a lot of research has been done. And you also have like international clinical trial in lung cancer and a lot of different cancers. Taiwan also has a lot of bioclusters, which in the north, in the middle, and the south, and even on the east of Taiwan. And they all have different collaboration, different strengths, from pharma to the IT, and also some are in agriculture. So to summarize, I think the molecular diagnostic has been evolved to adapt the need in large pandemic and public health. And there's a development for new therapy is expedited due to the new technology and the different clinical trial design. Now you don't really need a lot of clinical trial cases, or you just need to focus on the correct disease or target. And third is AI and electronic healthcare and smart healthcare will play a bigger role in part of our future medicine. And I do think Taiwan could be a key contributor in Asia and global healthcare ecosystem with its strong healthcare system innovation. So as for ourselves, GeneOnline, I think we want to make the information and technology more accessible to our audience, or help a lot of company or just to reach out to a global ecosystem and accelerate biotech collaboration anyway without boundary. Yeah. So I'm Thomas Huang, GeneOnline. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Thomas. All right, so I really admire the work has been done by GeneOnline and Thomas, because actually all their efforts with the GeneOnline and Thomas actually increase the accessibility and connectivity like in between different biotechnology. So, all right, so you guys, as you guys know, like the past 3 years, there's a pandemic outbreak, and following by that, a new normal has emerged. A lot of people say that, a new normal. And have you guys heard digitization? That's a term that's broadly introduced and especially during the 3 years of the pandemic. And there's, okay. And the remote healthcare have gained a significant importance in outpatient and also the clinical trials. A lot of people started using the digital solutions for collecting data from patients or from different like sampling during the clinical trial. So this transformation shift is revolutionizing healthcare delivery and opening up new possibility for improvement accessibility and convenience. And now, next speaker, let me introduce Linus to all of you. Linus is a senior digital health expert at Novartis, and he also holds the position of vice president of the Europe-Taiwan Biotech Association, as known as ETBA. And today, Linus will enlighten us on the transformation in healthcare following the pandemics and further introduction Taiwan's significant roles in the global healthcare. All right, so let's give a round of applause. Let's welcome Linus.
Thank you, Kerry, for the kind introduction. Thank you, everybody, for coming here. I'm Linus. So, So maybe, just a few words about myself. I grew up in Taiwan, but until now, I've left Taiwan for about 20 years. I studied my PhD in biomedical engineering in US, and afterwards, I worked in Singapore for another 6 years in both academia and the industry. And in 2015, I got relocated to Switzerland. So ever since then, I work here, live here. So it's overall about 20 years not in Taiwan. So I'm very happy to actually see so many people here because it's rare to see so many Taiwanese in Switzerland. Life here is a bit lonely as a Taiwanese, but today I'm very happy to be here. Also would like to say a few words about ETBA. So ETBA was founded in 2017, and it's founded by a group of Taiwanese, either studying or working in Switzerland. And over the time, it has grown into a more international organization. We have about now 20 core team members working in 8 countries. And we have about 650 members, 60 of them located in Europe, in various countries in Europe, and also 30% in Taiwan. And we try to serve as a bridge between Taiwan and Europe in the area of medical device, pharmaceutical companies, and also biotech. So we have 3 missions, and I think one of them is pretty much aligned with the event today. First of all, we try to bridge the collaboration, bilateral collaboration between Switzerland, Europe as well, and Taiwan. That's number one, that's everything we do. And the second thing is we try to encourage translational research. That means we don't want to see a research outcome only sitting on the paper, sitting in the lab, but rather we want to see a real life application out of this research. So we try to encourage startup entrepreneur activities, especially if there's a link between Europe and Taiwan. And third one is very linked to this. We try to cultivate also the junior or young professionals to have more international working and living experience. So I know most of the audience here, at least 20, 30 of them coming from Taiwan. So that's why it's my pleasure to share some experience for my own and also to share with the young professionals. as a recent example, it's not moving. Okay, yes, sorry. So as a recent example, how our association helping connecting the biotech communities. Just last month, we invited a group of Taiwan biotech delegations, which involves NTU, academia, and also industry, Taiwan Bio Association, and the DCB, which is a government-funded research organization, coming to Switzerland and join the biggest event, the biotech event in Switzerland, which is a Swiss Biotech Day. And not only that, we set up a Taiwan booth, so people can see there's a kind of Taiwan entity, and we kind of show the end-to-end capacity that Taiwan can offer, from academia research all the way to companies. And we try to promote collaborations with the local ecosystem. For example, there's a CDMO services. Lonza is the biggest one in the world. They also manufacture Moderna vaccine, supplying to the world. And we try to kind of collaborate with those delegates from Lonza, from CDMO, from research, and see if there are certain areas that both Taiwan and Switzerland could collaborate. So that's one kind of concrete example. After, I don't know, from 17 to now, 6 years, we have gradually established the link between Taiwan and the local biotech ecosystem. So today I was asked to share some trends that I see in my daily work. So the first question is what does COVID taught us? I think Thomas already mentioned a lot of them. There are a lot of changes, right, during the COVID. And the most relevant one to our daily life is probably this remote working. So we realized, okay, now actually we can do most of the things at home. We don't need to step out. We can do the work, we can order things, and we can just stay at home for a lot of activities. That's something really changed a lot in terms of the lifestyle, even after COVID, and also the thinking, how we can do the work differently in the future. So that's the number one. And the number two, that's relevant to our industry, is that we see a drug or vaccine can be brought to the market in a very short time, which was not imaginable before COVID. If you ever work in the pharmaceutical industry, you know it takes 10 years, like the upper graph, from the preclinical. That means you discover a compound that might be useful and bring that compound into a form that human can consume, and then monitor the response, efficacy, safety profile of the compound in the human body for another 6 years before you can do a submission to the health authority. And if you're lucky, your result is good, you might get approved. Then you start large-scale manufacturing, which means you need to build out infrastructure, you need to do pilot batch, and then you do the final commercial batch, and then distribute to all over the world. That usually is more than 10 years. And in COVID, during the COVID time, we see the vaccine from Moderna, BioNTech, they finished the early stage development in a few months. And then in next few months, they finish all the trials. Not everything, but at least until the third phase, the phase 3 trial. In the middle of the trial, they gather enough data to show that their vaccine is actually efficient and also safe. And a lot of pharma companies also did, because of its urgent situation, they did investment at risk. That means they invest on the manufacturing without knowing the drug works or not. So all the schedules are kind of running in parallel. And if you have 1 or 2 drugs that is successful, you can immediately scale up the production and distribute that to the world. So in 2 years, a lot of people, a lot of countries got enough vaccine to support, to help their people get immunity against COVID. That's what we see. And so the next natural question to ask is, okay, now COVID is over, but can we take advantage of what we learned during COVID time and kind of improve our healthcare, especially in my domain, the drug development timelines? So if you look at the cost and the timeline to bring a drug from research to the market, it's usually estimated as 1.6 billion, and about 60% of it is invested in clinical trials. So that's really the bottleneck in terms of the capital, in terms of timeline. And that also caused a lot of kind of decrease in the return of investment for pharma companies. You can see in the past 10 years, the ROI for pharma R&D is really dropping a lot. That's mainly because to run the clinical trials is getting more and more expensive, and there are a lot of expenses spent in the medical treatments. For example, you need a hospital, you need doctors, you need a nurse to treat those patients. So as a pharma, we have to pay them. And also we need to recruit the patients. We have to subsidize all the kind of effort joining the clinical trials. And also because trial can take long, the health authorities would like to see a very safe profile from the trials. That means you need to make a trial very long and very big population and across different regions. And all this contributes to a long timeline and the high cost. So there's also a lot of dropout rate because patient may not want to continue doing that study for 2 years. So some of them quit during the trial. That means we have to recruit more people. So that's usually the bottleneck why trial is so expensive. So if we combine what we learned in past 2 years, since we can work from home, people start to think, why don't we do trial at home? That's a natural choice. And this idea has been around. It's not new. Like before COVID, people already talk about this. But at that time, the regulation did not allow that. They think to have a patient being treated at home, you can lose a lot of sense if the patient is really feeling well and if the drug is really effective. So that was not allowed before COVID. But during COVID, they have to make some exceptions because they had no choice. And now, even after COVID, the major health authorities started to think, okay, maybe it's not a bad idea to continue this, allow some trials to be done at home because you can get wider outreach to the patient population. So that's the thing I want to talk about, and that's a trend Thomas also mentioned. And I think there's a great opportunity to further advance this field. And also, there's also a kind of a place I think Taiwan can help. So I don't know if anyone joined any clinical trial, clinical research before? No? Okay, not. But since you are from medicine-related background, I think in the future you will participate in conducting clinical research. So a typical clinical trial looks like this. As a patient, if I'm interested because I have certain disease, and that my doctors recommend me to join clinical research because there's no effective drug for my condition right now, but there are some experimental drug that I can try. So they try to suggest you can take part in that trial. Okay, so I go to the doctor and say I would like to join, and then they will start taking my samples, doing some pre-screening to see if I fit to their inclusion criteria. If I fit to their criteria, they will explain how long the trial will take, all the different conditions, and what could be the possible side effect. And if I agree with that condition, I sign the patient consent. So once I signed it, I got enrolled into the clinical trial. And then I would take the experimental drug on a regular basis, and then I need to go back to hospital just like if I have a chronic disease for 1 to 2 years. So maybe 2 weeks or every month, I have to go back to see a doctor. And they will check my blood again and do all the checking to see if the symptoms improve and so on. So it's a very tedious work, and people join that because they have a disease that they cannot be treated at the moment. So that's the trial process today. And if we think about future, how can we make patients easier, their life easier to participate in clinical trial? It's like work from home. Maybe certain visits, I don't need to go to hospital. Maybe I go there once in 3 months, then that largely reduces my burden because I have work to do, I have family to care, and if I can do things from home at just 1 hour telemeeting with a doctor, then that would be very, very good. But unfortunately, doing a clinical trial is not just talking to your doctors. You have to also get a lot of medical assessment being done. So if it's a simple assessment like measuring my blood pressure, it's easy, I can do at home, and I can show the value to the nurse. I don't need to go to hospital. But a lot of the time, you have to take the blood and check the toxicity and efficacy and check your symptoms. So that's something getting a bit difficult to do at home. So in my daily work, oftentimes we need to see if there's a mature technology that we can deploy at the patient home, so patient can do it. For example, easy blood sampling device, or some wearable devices, or some service, medical care service that maybe a nurse can visit the patient and do some assessment at the patient home. So with that kind of supporting function, that will enable the clinical trial to be done at home. That will be the, the goal in the future. And how does patient feel about it? If they join the clinical trial, they do things at home, would they be happy? In the COVID time, a lot of vaccine trials are done at home. And an organization, CSCRP, they have done this survey last year. Apparently, on the left-hand side, that's what kind of change you have experienced during the COVID time. So a lot of changes are about virtual visit, using telemedicine, using mobile phone during the trial. So those are the changes. You can see it's quite significant. On the right-hand side, the next question is what kind of change do you like to keep after the pandemic? So you can see patients actually like to have reduced visit, to have telemedicine, to use mobile technologies. So patients really up for it. That's a good thing for the patient. Sorry. So with that insight, and also healthcare authority approve this approach, is there a role Taiwan can play in the decentralized clinical trial field? So basically, in my opinion, short answer is yes. Taiwan has a very strong track record in developing ICT products, and a lot of these ICT product companies also move slowly to the medical field. So we see a lot of innovations really coming from Taiwan, and those innovations will help DCT to be more broadly accepted, because now you have more technology to support the patient. Sorry. And secondly, this will be my last slide. Taiwan also very strong in the medical technology. So Taiwanese medical technology is ranked top in Asia. And also, as Thomas mentioned, we have a consolidated healthcare database. So that makes a lot of development much easier compared to other countries. In addition, the medical doctors in Taiwan are pretty open-minded. They are interested to try new technologies, which is useful, very helpful for pushing the boundary of decentralized clinical trial. And as one example, our association helped Novartis during the COVID time to survey digital health technologies in Taiwan, because they really suffer from the pandemic. The clinical trial could not progress, and they would like to source different kind of technologies to help the clinical studies. So that's what we have done on the right, and we really surveyed like 30 companies submitted their proposal, how their technology can help in a clinical trial setting. And then we got 2 or 3 into the final round, and we really contact them with Novartis team to see how this technology can be used. So that's just one concrete example. Like there's really possibility for Taiwan, for the medtech company, to apply their technology into clinical trials. So with that, thank you for your attention.
All right. Thanks, Linus, introduction. Because later we're gonna have a panel discussion. So waiting for the chairs, and then also waiting for Thomas and Linus to stand on the stage again. So okay. Cheers, yeah. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. All right, so Thomas and Linus, grab a seat. So if you guys have any question, want to ask Linus or Thomas, you can just raise your hand later. But I'm gonna start with the first shot. Okay. Oh, we only have one microphone, so we're gonna just pass it around. Okay. Oh, there's another one? That's for audience. Okay, cool. All right, so I personally have one question for Linus, because I think in your slides you mentioned that the retention of the clinical trial or patients can be increased with those digital apps or some applications. What do you think about the digitization effects that goes along with the different severity of the patients? So is that like all kinds of patients can use these kind of solutions, or different severity need to have a different solutions?
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. That's a great question. Yes, in the clinical study, they have different populations. And some of the population are maybe of a higher age group. So for those people, maybe to learn new technology will be a bit more difficult. But oftentimes they also have kind of home caregivers. So in terms of digital technologies, you have to think about the target population, whether they are able to handle those technology well. If not, if they have a secondary caregivers who can actually perform kind of those measurements for them. So that's something you have to consider. And indeed, in our daily work, we often need to do a lot of human factor study. That's something I learned in the pharma world. It's basically you try to recruit patients to study the usability of a technology, and before you actually use that in the study. And normally we have also to recruit people from different geographic regions, like maybe UK, US, Europe, and Asia population, because certain area they might be more, savvy in certain technologies, but in certain areas maybe not. So once you have this study done, you get a good overview how the patient, your target patient group perceive your technology. Then you can consider if you should enroll this into a clinical study. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, okay, I also have a question for Thomas. I have heard that your company will launch a platform called BioNest pretty sooner or later. And first of all, could you just tell us more about it? I heard that it's like biotechnology data exchange platform for those companies to subscribe and you can get more information. So and one of my question will be like, because how do you judge the imbalance between information transparency and business incentive? So after you introduce what BioNest is, I want you to answer this question.
Okay, thanks, Kerry. So a lot of questions we get on a daily basis because everyone knows our client. We work with a lot of clients in GeneOnline and to help them publish a lot of news, technology, and a lot of companies come to us is like, hey, do you know any like gene therapy company in the US we can work with? Or do you know any CDMO, is a contract manufacturer companies in Asia that you can help introduce? Or do you know any maybe an AI company that we can use as a benchmark for evaluating investment or acquisition? Yeah, so we get a lot, and we're thinking, okay, we have a lot of companies or technologies within our network, how we can make more use of those, and not just telling what's going on, but actually let them connect to other business partners across the world, because it is very challenging for healthcare to find a partner in a different country or a different region. We talk about like US, Asia, or even within Asia, it is very difficult. So our ideal for this project is to build a data platform, and you can go and look for potential companies or partners or even investment opportunities to work with in the future. Yeah, and that's our goal. And how to make the information, what's the question? Transparency. I think it is a tough question, because if you talk about not just company information but healthcare data, it is very, for each country, it is their how do I say, very precious resource. They want to protect their healthcare data from each country, but it's kind of like the science community. If no one want to share what they're doing, there will be no discussion on and share inspiration, right? So I think not everyone or not every country, has a large database, but by combining a lot of collaboration, there will be a bigger data they can look into. And we also we cover a lot of news, like UK Biobank is one of very successful biobank, and a lot, like even Taiwan, they're looking into how we can learn from the UK Biobank, because it's been there for 20 years. And during pandemic, they have seen a lot of information that if you don't have enough data or a big population, you will not be able to see those trends or biomarkers, or relationship correlation between disease and symptoms. Yeah, and this is very useful for drug development. So I think, of course, we want to protect the data or the IP because it is more incentive to development new technology. But on the other hand, we also want to see how we can be some transparent or collaboration between organization or countries. Yeah.
All right, thanks. So actually, after all company, after the BioNet success, and every company subscribe to your platform, and you'll be the one got to decide whether you got to have this data goes more transparent. Yeah. All right. So then I have some question for both of you. Okay. Based on both of your observations on the past 3 years during the pandemic, do you see the exchange information about biotech and pharmaceutical development has become more important contribution than before pandemic, and why? And I think it start with Linus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to be honest, I am more on the pharma side, and what I observed, it was that at the beginning of the pandemic, for example, Novartis, everybody knows vaccine is important, but we just didn't have any vaccine research team. We don't have vaccine business. So definitely what we can do is to look out to the biotech companies to see if any small companies are developing something, and maybe we can work with them to speed up vaccine development. So I think this information exchange between, like you said, biotech and pharma was really enhanced during the COVID time. And success example is like Pfizer. They found BioNTech and they got lottery. That one actually works because other company try to work with, for example, CureVac, and that did not work, although they both use mRNA technologies. So sometimes it's a bit depending on the luck and also the science behind it. But definitely this trend, I think even after COVID, it will continue because pharma R&D, a lot of time they still rely on external innovations. That's another secret. Everybody knows about it. They try to license promising compound from smaller company and then scaled it. So that's a typical business. So I think to enable this information exchange is a good thing for both sides.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with Linus. I think for biotech company, like for example, maybe Taiwan or Korea, or we have, and maybe not. Korea has Samsung or some big biotech SK, but they also have like middle-sized or smaller biotech company. And same for Taiwan, we have a lot of mid-sized or smaller size biotech company. And those companies, they are good at innovation, and a lot of small companies are good at innovation, which is what Big Pharma lacks. Big Pharma has the money, right? But they don't have the time to develop. And this is good for, therefore the Big Pharma will want to look for those potential technology and acquire or license those technology. And for like mid-size or small-size company, they don't have the capital to go all the way to the clinical trial, stage 3 or global clinical trial. They don't have those money. So it is a good way for them to license to a Big Pharma or exit or acquire. Yeah. So I definitely think that's more. And however, right now we do know the funding for biotech is quite difficult for a lot of company. So I think this is a lot of company, they will have to, I don't think those technology will disappear, but they will be merged or acquired and become part of other companies. Yeah, that's the trend I see.
All right, so before I move on to the next question, I think one of the audience have a question for our speakers. Yeah. Oh, two of it. So we start with the one with, all right.
Firstly, I'd like to thank all the panelists for sharing your insights on this topic. So I'm Dr. Neil from India, representing the International Federation of Medical Students Association. So my question to the panelists would be, how do cultural difference in the Asia-Pacific region influence the adoption and acceptance of health technology and innovation among different age groups? And how would the private agencies or sectors involve the youth and the youth-led organizations to bridge this gap?
Okay. So would you want to answer this?
Sorry, because I did not get the question very well.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question. So with the existence of cultural difference in Asia-Pacific region, the acceptance of health technology and innovation among the different age group is a challenge. How the private sectors involve the youth and the youth-led organization to bridge this gap?
Okay. Yes.
You want to, or? No. Okay. Just to make sure I understand. So you mean in the cultural difference in Asia in terms of taking up digital health technologies in different age groups, and how European agency can help, or? Youth.
Yeah.
Okay, youth also. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good question. I think youth age group, I mean young people, they are definitely more flexible and also learning things faster, and that's certainly helpful. And in Asia, because I have been living quite away for a long time, but I know the Asian mindset, normally they are not so concerned about data privacy, for example. And that's the big difference I see people here. Here, people, especially in Europe, people are more concerned about their private data being shared, or they have no control where the data goes and how these are being used. And so in Asia, I think this concern is less. So it doesn't matter if it's older people or younger people, they are quite okay to try different technology, and they did not think about how the data flow and what's the impact of it. And the youth group definitely can be an ambassador for this, to introduce new technologies and to educate kind of older population how this technology can benefit them. Because sometimes it's just a natural resistance to learn a new thing, and you spend more time without knowing if that's helpful. So I think young people definitely can play this role you tried it out and you show the benefit in an easy to understand way, and then gradually kind of the older generation will start to pick up and they maybe realize, oh, it's actually very good, and they start to use it. So that's just my personal view. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think like digital healthcare or LOS, it's a mix of a lot of different, including hospital, smart hospital, clinical setting, or a wearable device, telemedicine. So it is, I think each one has a different way of information. Like if you're talking about hospital setting, it will definitely take longer. But if you talk about like telemedicine or wearable device, I think use group will be able to adopt much faster. And however, telemedicine, it's I think it really depends, because like in Taiwan, there could be a lot of hospitals it's more easy to access to, and a lot of Asia countries, they are very compact. I mean, so it might be easy to access to, but sometimes it could be hard to book an appointment as well. So it could be a good alternative. And like what Linus said, I think the youth group, they will be able to adopt the technology much faster, because we know some of the parents, they are not really good with the computer in Asia. Now it's not like the US, so they can be a good way to introduce to the higher age population. Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. I think there's another.
Oh. All right. So before I ask another audience to say their questions, I want to make up some of the something about your questions, because when I operate the mental health service online, we found out that like a major population of the users are around 25 to 35. So I don't know if you can echo those like a youth population, but I mean like I would say that it's much younger than the majority who constantly use the medication. So actually, many of them are willing to try to approach us with a digital method instead of like going to the like physical facilities. So I think just like Thomas says, like youth are more can adapt faster to this kind of technology, and sometimes they can educate elders. So that's one of my investors just got educated by his daughter, and that's why we got an investment. So just take it. Yeah. All right. So next question. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Grace. I'm from Peru. I'm a medical doctor, and I'm representing also the International Federation of Medical Students Association. So my question is related to the data that Dr. Linus shared with us, related to the patient's perspective that they have on the implementation of the data collection by virtual platforms. So I would like to know if there is some data specifically related to the perspective of the researchers or the medical doctors that are involved in this use of these apps. If there is any trend for young doctors or researchers to use more these apps rather than maybe more experienced doctors. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to repeat, make sure. You said if there's any new apps that the younger doctors should try compared to, or sorry. Microphone again, sorry.
We saw that you show with us some data related to the patient's perspective on the usage of this data to collect data with virtual platforms like apps, right?
Yeah.
So my question is, what is the clinical perspective of them, like the researchers or the doctors that are behind these clinical trials, when they need to use these apps? Are they like is there a trend for young doctors or young researchers to like more use these apps, clinical trials, or is the same for the experienced doctors?
I see. Yeah, so good question. The slide I showed is more, to touch those digital technologies are more on the patient side. So on the hospital side, the study nurse and the PIs, they are pretty much doing things with a web browser. What they do is they review the data coming through the patient, through those devices. So their daily routine did not change much. And I think over the past 5-10 years, using, for example, electronic patient-reported outcome has gradually replaced the old way using pen and paper. So it doesn't matter if the doctor is in the older generation or younger. It's pretty standard. Like they can work with the iPad and where there are questionnaires and they just interview the patient and fill in those information. That's not a problem. Maybe they need to learn is if there's a complicated device kind of put on the patient and it gathers activities, steps and vital signs, and those information will fit into a kind of server. They use a browser to review those data. And they have to make sense out of those data. Maybe that's something a bit new. But normally, we do not see kind of big differences in terms of the PI of older age or younger age to accept these technologies, because all they do is reviewing those data. And a lot of data are similar to their daily practice. If they are, cardiovascular doctors, they're already used to review ECG or your blood pressure trends and all that using their hospital equipments. So now you are just reviewing the data collected from a different device, but it's the same data, and they use the same knowledge to make a judgment. So there's no really a big pushback. The only thing they might push back is if there are problems, like for some reason the data is not showing correctly or the patient device stopped measuring, and the patient will call them. And they would need to support, and that's where sometimes they get a bit, upset about these new technologies, because compared to the traditional way, patients go to their hospital, they know how to operate those systems, they know how to troubleshoot. But now patients stay at home and the device is problem. You don't know if they wear it wrongly or they forgot to charge it or anything like that. So then they got bothered with all these questions. That's where they may feel a bit not happy. Yeah, but otherwise, I think technology-wise, it's not different, nothing different compared to the daily routine. Yeah.
Thomas, do you have the answer? Do you want to add up something? No. Okay. So, in my opinion, because when we're operating this mental health platform in Taiwan, there's a segment called intake process before the patient goes to the psychologist, and we use GPT, ChatGPT, to do the intake, and we feed in with the script, which can just like spontaneous ask questions and just dig into all this like scenario, what happens to the patients, and we do the summarize, and we just send it to the psychologist. And all the younger generation, the junior psychologists like to use these features. But while the older psychology will probably concerned about the ethical issues, data privacy, something, and just still have a little bit resistant to using this kind of technology. So I think that's a little bit gap of generations. All right, so is there any more question from the audience? Okay, so sorry, I'm gonna start with the guy in the middle.
Okay, thank you for two speakers for their informative speech today. My question is regarding the decentralized clinical trials. To move this to be possible, it might be some gap we need to overcome. For example, the patient's trainings, because they must be someone to train them how to use the wearable medical device, and how can we ensure this group of patients, because most of them, they might be the age group of the population, so they might have some difficulty to learn how to use the device to collect the data we want. And also, if we cannot overcome this first step, then how can we convince the regulatory authority to accept this data? Thank you.
Okay. So, okay. Sure. You want to add up something? Yeah.
Yeah, the question the same as about the decentralized clinical trial. And my question is, do the decentralized clinical trial needs to be in the protocol and to be designed and approved by FDA? And what's the safeguard and data integrity and the confidentiality? And then could the decentralized clinical trial be applied to most of the case, most of the study, or just a certain type?
Okay, I give a start first. Yes, so first, yes, the patient will need to be trained to use those devices. Usually during the onboarding, when the study nurse provide all the consent information and provide device to the patient, the training has to be done. And now in the current practice, FDA is not really convinced, even if the patient is trained on site and go back home, and they can just perform all the study measurements correctly. FDA doesn't believe that. So the current practice is, if those devices are using that way, it's usually not, the data is not considered as endpoint. So they're just exploratory, like the device company or the pharma company just try to gather some information, but the data will not be part of the submission. So FDA will not review that. That's one way. The second way is, if you want those data, wearable or something, to be recognized by FDA, usually you need a professional, healthcare professional, to be on site. So basically, what we do today is we send the mobile nurse to the patient home, and the nurse actually perform those measurements. So with that, because nurse have a proper qualification to do measurement, and you have the device qualified by FDA, it's written in protocol, and then you ask FDA if that can be accepted. If they say yes, then you can use that data. Normally, that's the case for more matured technology, for example, blood pressure device, which a lot of people do that at home, or blood sugar, glucose sugar measurement when the diabetic patients, they need to measure constantly. So those mature technologies can be recognized by FDA. But if it's a very novel technology, like you wear some wearables and you try to measure the activity level or sleeping quality by such a device, it's usually not recognized. So it's more gathering those data for your future improvement purpose, for the device improvement, but it's not going with a drug submission. So that's the current situation. Like, you really need to have a healthcare professional be on site and perform those measurements if you want to get those data recognized by FDA. Yeah.
The purpose of the decentralized clinical trial is
Yes.
to avoid the patient to go to the hospital.
Yes.
But now, if we generate another problem, we need medical professional to go to the patient's home to
Yes.
support them to collect to improve the data quality.
Yes.
So why we trying to move to a decentralized clinical trial, but we generate another problem to to let the medical professional to go to the patient's house.
Yeah, that's true. We solve one problem, but we create another problem. But the good thing is, the important thing is the bottleneck of clinical trial is because you don't get enough patients to join the trial. And they can quit if they don't feel comfortable. So we try to solve that problem by paying another party, going to their place. So the patient could join the trial, they can stay in the trial until it's finished. So that's the way it is now. And the problem is, the burden is on the sponsor side, so pharma basically paying all those expenses. So patient get their comfort, and pharma pay more money, but the outcome is that you get the trial done quicker. So that's the trade-off. And that's just an intermediate step, because you cannot expect suddenly all the patient can do trial from home. So there's an intermediate phase when both regulators, patients, and pharma have to learn how this process can work. In the meantime, maybe there are more spending actually, but once this model is established, hopefully you can reduce this on-site visit a bit more. But first we need to generate evidence and convince FDA it's workable. So we are in this transition phase right now. Yeah, and coming back to your question, yes, the DCT elements has to be written in a protocol and be reviewed by FDA or EMA before put into practice. And sometimes even if you run a global study, you also need to care the local regulation. Like if FDA approve this protocol, home nursing, for example, but you run the trial in Taiwan, and the TFDA may not approve this. So we need to sometimes even make a local amendment to say, okay, we do home nursing in US and Europe, some countries, but not in this and that country, even though it's the same trial. So that's the challenges. The operation gets pretty complex. You have to really understand every country's local regulation and compare to your DCT elements, and then do a lot of variants of the protocol. So that's one challenge. And the other, you mentioned, what's the second point, sorry?
Yeah, the safeguard and data integrity.
Yes, that's right. So that's similar to ePro. So there's already a guidance from both EMA and FDA. If you use electronic means to collect study data, there's a certain qualification you will need. So the system has to be CSV, the computer system validated. So there's a process how you can qualify a computerized system to be used in a clinical study. So that means all the fancy digital tool you want to throw into clinical study, the company has to fulfill that requirement, which will cover the cybersecurity, data integrity, audit trail, all the track record has to be preserved, and the process has to be reviewed also by kind of notified body or something, like to really certify the system is compliant with the regulated requirements. So in that case, if that's true, then you can use that device in the clinical study. Yeah. I hope I answered your questions.
Okay. Because since we are running out of time, but I really have one more question I want to ask Linus, because have you heard behavioral intervention? You can prescribe a behavioral intervention to a patient, which a patient can practice at home, and FDA actually approved that.
It's a therapy, or
it's more like a behavioral therapy, but it's the app, and people can just download the app and just practice with follow the SOP on the app, and actually the medical scientific with the medical scientific evidence that will make the patient has like better recovery rate with the medication. So that's very interesting, because I have a lot of questions to ask you, but we can ask like after we go down stage. So all right, so since Okay, you have one more? All right. Okay, are we accepting the last one question? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for this wonderful panel discussion. I'm Madhushruti, I'm from India, and I'm representing IFMIC too. My question is a little similar to them, but it's from a young clinical researcher perspective. The DCT, as you have mentioned, it would reduce costs a lot, so it would enable young researchers to use it and get involved in clinical trials. However, because as it is, young researchers are doubted in the medical field a little bit. So, with the DCT, it puts the authenticity of the data in question because the patients are remote. Their communication of the particular results of the trial might become a little subjective because of that. So, how do you think that we as young clinical researchers can use DCTs, balancing the aspect of both the financial aspect as well as the fact that the authenticity of the data and the research is maintained?
It's a tough one.
Yes, well, it's a good question. I think all three questions are focusing on more young medical doctors, which is very good. And I really recommend young physicians to be the pioneer to do the DCT, because as I mentioned, younger people are more open and more creative. And also it gives you an advantage when you try to get clinical research from pharma. Because a lot of time, we try to look for doctors that are more collaborative in terms of taking new technology rather than just pushing back to say, I use my old way, it works, I don't need to change. So as a young doctor, maybe that's an advantage if you can show you're actually motivated to use a modern clinical trial approach. And to the finance burden, it's not a big problem in my perspective, because the pharma, if you are talking about clinical studies, sponsored by pharma. Pharma is the one footing all the bills. So it doesn't matter if it costs higher, you just bill it to pharma and they pay you. But if it's an investigator-initiated trial, then that's more, you have to budget it properly, because then those costs will come to you. For example, the technical support, if a device is wrong or something. So I really recommend you try to be open and engage pharma to say, hey, I'm interested to use new technology in the trial, and get a project from pharma companies, and then you don't need to worry about finance part, and you can get new insights. It's easier also for you to help to publish new papers, because not a lot of people doing that. So that gives you a unique advantage in the future. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any? Okay. All right. So we are running out of time. So let's give a round of applause to these two speakers. All right. So we are now have a 10 minutes break. All right.
And before we take the break, 10 minutes, we please hold on. And our photographer will take the picture for all of us, okay? So please back to your seat. Yeah, back to your seat. The photographer will be here. Yeah. So please back to your seat. talent in an international organization or a non-profit organization to do some cooperation with other members. So they will share their experience. Well, what happened at that area? Okay, is there some people still on the reception area, or? All right. If all the attendees back to the seat, please the team member pass me, okay? Okay. Let's start the session 2, and the subtitle is Cultivating Core Competence of Youth Leaders in Global Health. Yeah, there's a core of our events. I will introduce my friend, Jen. Okay. Yeah, please go on the stage. Yeah. You can go on the stage. Yeah. Stage by stage, okay. Okay, I'm the moderator for Jen, and I have to do some introduce to Jen because it's not only my friend. I know her in the World Medical Association, JDN Junior Doctor Network, but also I found she's really talented because you have to know Jen is the delegate in 2022 WHA on behalf of WMA, JDN, and this turn, okay, 2023, she is also the delegation again. I mean, she is also the speaker in the WHO executive board, right? I delivered EP. Okay, thank you very much. So I think Jen is very qualified. She is very qualified to give to share her experience to all the young generation in Taiwan, because we know some problem in the international, or we have to learn some techniques. To have to learn some skills to do some cooperation or do some basic communication with other team member, or maybe you will insult others or do something wrong in an international organization. I think it is not good. So I think her experience is very important, and maybe my microphone will give you, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Huang Yu. Hi, everyone. It's really a privilege and honor to be speaking to you here, and thank you very much, Dr. Chang, for inviting me. Before I start, I just want to say I'm speaking in my own name. I don't represent the view of any of the organization that I work for. So my name is Jen. 我的中文名字叫左文珍, and I'm a medical doctor from Canada. And I think a few years ago, I was in the exact seat as you, wondering about how can I get myself a little bit more involved in global health? How can I pursue a little bit more this little interest that I have for global health outside of medicine? I would never imagine that a few years later, I will be here talking to you and share about my career pathway, or perhaps the little experience that I have gained so far. So I really designed the slides to perhaps the advice that I would like the younger me to know. And I also would like that my presentation could act as an encouragement for each one of you to pursue this interest that you have in you, and to continue to cultivate the qualities that you already have. So let's start. Okay, works. So I currently have 2 paid jobs and 1 volunteering job. So I work as a medical doctor hospitalist at Vancouver General Hospital, and I also work in another part-time consultancy contract within the Health Workforce Department of WHO. And like Huang have presented before, we both volunteer for the Junior Doctors Network, which is a continuation of FMSA. So the Junior Doctors Network is nested within the World Medical Association, and I have been part of this WMA right after I graduated from medical school, because I just can't leave, the same friendly environments, the same people, colleagues from around the world who are all passionate and interested about global health. So I think it's a really great place that I think helped me a lot to gain the skills I have today, and also to continue to help me to cultivate my interest in global health. So I just want to break down a little bit my career pathway, or perhaps the choices that I made that brought me to where I am today. And we can continue on two timelines. One is for my medical doctor career, and the other one is for my global health involvement. Sometimes I feel like I have two different personalities, one that I use at a hospital and another one that I use a little bit on the side for my interest in public health and global health. So I did my medical school at Université de Montréal in Montreal, and my residency in family medicine at McGill, and as a lot of you guys who are sitting here are doing. And afterwards, I moved to Vancouver to do a fellowship in hospitalist medicine, which is a sub-branch of specialty in family medicine in Canada. And afterwards, the reason why I moved to Vancouver is, one, because they have the training program, and second of all, they offer the most flexibility for your job and practice, medical practice, compared to Montreal, and which was an important quality that I'm looking for, because I thought if I want to pursue a side interest in global health or public health, I need a workplace that gives me enough flexibility to, for example, take 1 week off to come to WHA. So that was super important for me. And then currently I'm working at the VGH as a hospitalist. Why did I choose that hospital? Indeed, it's also because it offers me the most flexibility in terms of shifts, and I can choose when I can work, when I don't want to work, so I can continue to pursue my other interest. And of course, it's a job that offered me, a very good income as a doctor, so I can afford, to work on other projects on the side, which is, I acknowledge, a big privilege of being a doctor in Canada. So I think maybe most of you will be more interested in the second career path, which is the global health one. I think everything started when in 2014 I was in Taiwan for the first FMSA meeting, and that was really the place where I met colleagues from all around the world, all bright-eyed, all believe that we can all make change all together to improve health around the world. It's such a magical bubble that once you fell in, you never kind of come out. So that really allowed me to gain a lot of skills by involving FMSA. You're 18 or 20 years old, you're already organizing conferences, you're already speaking at national events, you're building projects, project management, communication strategies, all of those soft skills, you're gaining it while volunteering for an organization that you love, while working with friends and playing, So it's really a great gain for, I think, my entire career now. And then what I did after my residency, so I had a big gap in global health involvement between clerkship and also residency, because the life of being a junior doctor is what it is. You work 18, 19 hours per week, and you have so much calls, you don't really have the emotional capacity and also physical capacity to involve in extra things. But the good news is one day you'll finish your residency. So that's what I did when I finished my residency. I went to London, where I did a master's in public health at LSHTM, which has always been a dream of mine because all my friends in FMSA went to London, and I was like, okay, I need to go to London. And I think it's an important year. The gap year was super important for me. That was 2021 to 2022. After 2 years of COVID, I think that's a gap year that saved a lot of my mental health. And to be able at a space where I can reflect about what has happened during the pandemic, about all the losses that I encountered, about all the lives that were lost, all the patients who have died in front of me, and to mourn about their death and to understand all those traumatizing experiences for me and where should I go next from there. So I think it's really in London during the MPH I realized, you know what, I really do want to pursue more a career in public health rather than just my side interest in FMSA, you know? So that was really important. And during that year, because of this gap here, I had much more time in my hand, and I was able to get more involved with GDN WMA. And at the beginning of 2021, I think November was the first pandemic treaty meeting where WHO was organizing, and then I started to join online to just watch the webcast and to understand a little bit of the process because of this interest of pandemic that I have, which is sourced from my own personal experiences of what I have lived through during this pandemic. So after I started following the process, I started to understand more, and being involved in GDN, which is under WMA, and the WMA leadership has a lot of trust, thanks to the past experience that they have with the Junior Doctors Network. We were able to really be on board quickly with the WMA Secretariat and leadership to be involved in all the policies and advocacy strategies that WMA is having in terms of the pandemic treaty and HR amendments. So by the junior doctors who are working with me or team, by educating ourselves in the process, by understanding what's going on, and by reading, you know, all the policy brief and meetings and documents that they have, we were able really to advise WMA on their strategies. We were able to write the interventions, like Huang, you have said, during the EBs, and we were able to understand which member state is more interested in the topics that we are advocating for, which is really protection of the workforce and investment in the workforce, and most especially protection and investment in the youth workforce, which is really, you know, we have a unique experience as the junior doctors and medical students and like workers in public health to be really working at the most forefront of the pandemic. And I think those are issues that are important to be advocating for. So that's what we did. And we're continuing this process even last week at the UNHLM public hearing, UN high-level meeting for pandemic preparedness and response. So the ambassador was in Geneva, and he organized a public hearing with the organization in Geneva, and WMA was able to deliver, you know, the intervention, which from behind was drafted by the GDN. And then now I also have a part-time contract with WHO in their health workforce department because I had all these experiences with GDN, which allows me, you know, all these years of volunteering, they count as experience. So you're able to show your management skills, organization skills, and then these helped me to land on a part-time consultancy contract with WHO. So I'm not a unique experience. What are my colleagues and friends are doing? I think you're gonna hear from my friends later on about what they're doing, but I think a lot of people who are in my age are working either paid or non-paid NGO, mostly paid now, UN or NGO career, MSF, Red Cross, some boutique consultancy companies, KEI's Knowledge Ecology International, and CD Alliances. So those are all the NGOs that you will be encountering during this pre-WHA, and during all those side events, they will all be represented. So it's a good opportunity to talk to people. Where you can learn the most about your career path is really by talking to your peers, to talking to people who are already doing the job and understand, oh, how did you get there? Or even to discover more opportunities that you are not even aware of. So those are really cool NGOs. And some other are working as the health attaché for their Geneva mission. So they are entering the diplomatic route or they're being the health advisor for the diplomatic mission of Geneva. And their core of their job is to follow all these WHO-related agenda topics and items, and thanks to their background and also knowledge in global health, public health, they will be able to advise their mission and to work for that. So this is a really cool job if you're interested in global health diplomacy. And, or other people are working for the Ministry of Health in their country, and they're able to be, you know, invited as an expert of a topic or expert advisor of their mission from their country, the delegation, and they're also able to contribute to the Geneva meetings and the agenda topic discussions. Some are doing PhD, working for think tanks, Chatham House, ODI, they have a global health research branch. So if that's something that you're really keen about, think tank is a good place to also to look for opportunities. And finally, I think volunteering is also a good route if ever that's something that interests you. I think People's Health Movement International or Global Health Policy Watch are two global health journaling publication spaces that are led by student volunteers. And they have been watching and following the Geneva Global Health Policy space for many years. And you can really see their daily updates when they publish online during this WHA. They will share their analysis of the topics. One, help you to understand more what's going on, but second, you can also see what they're doing, and if you're interested in joining them, I think they are always in recruitment. So, okay. In summary, what are the skills that I think perhaps would be helpful to develop? One is the language skill. I think language is really key. Being able to master English, speaking, writing, and reading is the most important thing. And I think if you are able to come from a country where you speak another language, UN language, that's also very important, Spanish, French, Mandarin, so you're already quite advantaged of being a second language, second UN language speaker. So that's an advantage that you should really be proud of and that you should also use or even to continue to cultivate on. And I would say another skills is multicultural and interpersonal skills. So how to communicate with colleagues who are from different cultural backgrounds, how to cultivate your cultural sensitivity. What is normal for you doesn't mean that it's normal for another person, and how to work together in a multicultural environment is very important. And I think being health workers or perhaps public health workers in your daily life, you're handling difficult patients, difficult customers, who are maybe difficult environment. I think all of these, working in a multidisciplinary team in all what we're doing already is already cultivating the skills of communication, of diplomacy, of how do you break down bad news for your patient, but also manage the emotions of your family. I think those are things that you should continue to cultivate, and to not forget that these are translational skills that can be translated into your global health or public health work also. Finally, I think another very important one is to understand who you are. What are your motivations? I think this is the most important thing. What interests you in the topic of global health? For example, for me, it's pandemic for now. Maybe for you, it's NCDs, non-communicable diseases. Or maybe for another person, it's climate change. So what is the topic that you're so interested in that you want to read more upon, to follow the agenda item that are related to this? If UHC is your passion, you want to improve the universal healthcare coverage of your country, then perhaps the agenda item to follow during this WHA is 13.1. And also perhaps the side events that you would like to attend is the ones related to UHC. So I think those are important to know. What are your interests? But most importantly is what drives you. Why do you want to do what you're doing now? And for example, where do you want to practice? Would you be someone who wants to move to another country, to Geneva, for example? Would you want to leave your home country and to work in a foreign land? Or perhaps you want to keep your medical doctor practice, which is important for you. So I think those are key topics that you should explore and to understand your motivations and what is important for you. And this is the way that can guide your career choices and opportunities that you can pick up, because I think opportunities are plenty. And then, like I said, become subject expert by choosing your topic that you really are passionate about and to educate yourself upon it. It's not because we're young that, we know nothing. Everyone starts from something. And if you want to grow your public health or global health career, start reading on a topic. and start following the discussions that are happening here at Geneva. They're all webcasted online, and start to participate in the intervention writing opportunities from your organization. Start to join those opportunities just to build your capacities. And then networking, WHA is the best place for that. Go to side events, talk to people, introduce yourself. Hey, I'm a student, I'm learning this, I'm interested about this. What are you doing? Can you tell me more about your career path and career choices? I think this is a great way to do things. And by the friends that you're making, I think they're, probably the best advice givers for you later on. Finally, I think important thing is to learn to navigate the NGO work culture. So have mentors in the NGOs that you're working for to tell you what are the pet peeves of the leadership, what are the lines that you should not cross when you're working with this NGO, what are things that you need to respect to continue to be trusted in this organization. I think that's very important. And yeah, start with volunteering and internship. So I would invite all of you to attend the strategic roundtable on day 2 of WHA, which is really on how do we invest more into the workforce, and especially for us who are sitting here today, I think it's a strategic roundtable which will be very important for all of us. For those who are not accessing the UN Palais, this is broadcasted live on WHO's website. And finally, this is a very big slide, but it's just to show you the opportunities where you can get involved. I think with FMSA and GDN, we are in official relationship with the WHO, so we have been invited to all those INB, WG, in the pandemic treaty negotiation meetings where you can deliver interventions. So those are all key moments where you can, start to work with a working group who's drafting the interventions, and perhaps read through the documents, read through the new version draft of the pandemic treaty that will come up maybe this week or next week, and see, are you satisfied with it? Do you like it? Or should you reach out to your mission in Geneva and write them a letter to say, we would like this to be more included, or this part of our experience during the pandemic has not been included. And another big event to follow is the UN General Assembly in September, where you will have 3 high-level meetings on pandemic preparedness response, UHC, and also on TB. So those are key moments, I think, to continue to follow and to watch. And all these events will be on the first day roundtable of this WHA. So Monday roundtable, you'll learn about all the pandemic-related international policy discussion that are ongoing right now. And the second day is the roundtable on workforce and how do we build capacity to improve our response to future pandemic and also other public health crises. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Please, anyone can give Jen a chair? Okay, because we have 5 minutes panel here. I'm the moderator for Jen, but before our panel, do you guys have any question to ask Jen? Okay, you're.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting. I mean, as a physician and a longtime global health professional from the US, I just want to, because there are a lot of them students, first of all, thank you for having this panel. You need to understand that you need to find a mentor, talk to your professors in the university or your attendings. And also, I was on the working group of the C7. It just finished, the G7 just finished in Japan on the health working group, and I'm on the health working group of the C20. Just to add on to what Jen said, it's also talk to the NGOs because NGOs are involved. So, and then I am a representative at the United Nations for my NGO, American Medical Women's Association. And I've also worked as a consultant in the UN. I always tell my students, be persistent, check out all the international NGOs. They take interns. The last thing is a lot of you are public health students. You need to join the American Public Health Association because we are the largest group of public health professionals in the world. And the student membership is very reasonable if you're a student. Join the International Health section. I was past chair of the International Health section. I'm current chair-elect of the ISC, that's the Intersectional Council, for the whole of APHA. The reason I'm saying is because we mentor students. So you have all this opportunity, which we guys didn't have, but then to do that, make sure you become members of a professional organization. And she's given you great points. I would just like to finish by saying, be persistent, be polite. You will get it. And also, just because somebody's older, don't think they don't know. Yes, it's nice to be young. We were all young. But you need to understand that it comes with wisdom and experience. So we felt, so the reason we give advice, I mean, I tell my daughter or my students, it's if you fall, don't think we're remote controlling you. We're just trying to tell you so that you don't make the same mistakes. So there's so many things that, you know, you just talk to people. Just come and talk to them. No one's going to say, I don't want to talk to you. Network, be persistent and polite. And good luck. Thank you.
Thanks for your statement, and I think it's very important never to make the same mistake. And everyone, I think, if he or she is interested in this kind of volunteer work in international participation, need a mentor, learn some experience is very important. But however, I want to ask Jen one question. All your speaking is very open-minded, but I think as the statement she suggests to us, maybe there's some frustration. Okay, so can you may you summarize some possible frustration when we do this kind of work to do some communication with others, work in some organization or other kind of global health work, and how to deal with this kind of possible frustration? Yeah. It's still difficult to you? Okay, try it.
I think one thing we should acknowledge is privilege. The reason why I'm here today is because I had opportunities and I have privilege. So I think for maybe few people or other people who have less opportunities, less privilege than me, who are not from a high-income country, who doesn't have the money to afford all those travels to Geneva to get the networking opportunities, I think it is frustrating. And the second thing is frustrating is how do you gain trust from the mentors, the seniors who are working with you in those NGOs, to trust you to lead on those projects. I think that's maybe a frustrating point for some people because it's not, maybe you're very hardworking, you put all the efforts that you have in, but why we are not getting the result we want, why I'm not getting the opportunity that I want, why is someone else being chosen and not me? I think when I was in FMSA, I was never selected for any delegation meeting, so being at Geneva was like a big thing for me, but I was never chosen. So why is that happening? I think it's by talking to people, understand those who get in, what are the key topics, how do you write your letter, how do you do to ensure that you're able to get this opportunity. And you'll realize that there's a lot of hidden rules that you don't know, but people will tell you. They will say, this is important to write in because that's what they're looking for. Or perhaps mentors, they will tell you, don't do this because that's the pet peeves of the leadership. Please do that. Keep your lines. Make sure that you don't do extra thing that will upset the leadership who will distrust you. So I think those are things that I think perhaps would help. And I think really it's in our failures that we will grow. And being young, I think inevitably we'll be refused for opportunities. Inevitably we will not get jobs that we wanted. But I think that's also part of the growth, and we should learn from those experiences what went wrong, or perhaps maybe there's nothing that went wrong, but it's more like the opportunities and the environment or the hidden rules that you don't know. Maybe they're really looking for a man on this panel. Maybe they're just looking for a woman. They are looking for representativities. All those things are out of your control. So control what you can and let go what you can't.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks, Jen. And okay, time's up. So we know that Jen has some she has the next schedule, and maybe we will have a great hand for her. Okay. Thanks for Jen. Okay. Maybe we will go to the next section. Oh, okay. No, never do that. Never do that. Okay. Okay. Never do that. Okay. We let Jen go down the stage. And the next section will be the speaker, Bill, and the moderator will, okay, let your turn.
Yeah, thank you. I am also Jen for my English name also, but I mean, it's spelled in a different way. So could I have my speakers? Could I have my speaker? Do you want to just step on the stage so that I can, introduce you to everyone? Oh yeah, sure. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Jen. I just graduated from pharmacy school in Taiwan, and I'm currently studying health policy and health economics, so kind of in between. And today I'm very glad I have the chance to introduce you guys, our speakers. So Mr. Bill Wilson A. Bellhun. He is a young leader who is making a significant impact on the global stage. So Mr. Bill was the youth co-leader for 2 sessions during the United Nations Economic and Social Council Youth Forum 2023, and one for Sustainable Development Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, and a regional session for Asia Pacific. He is the current chairperson of the International Pharmaceutical Student Federation, Asia Pacific Regional Office, and has held various other positions in the organization. He served as the Secretariat Team Leader for the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, Asia Pharmaceutical Symposium 2021, and he sat on the IPSF Constitutional Work Committee from 2020 to 2021. Specific to WHA, he is the current candidate representative of IPSF to the 76th WHA. Yeah, thank you for waiting for me.
Thank you, Jane. So hi, everyone. As kindly introduced by Jane, I am Bill. I'm the current chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Office of the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, and it's so nice to be here today with you guys. So before I start, I actually want to introduce our association. So we're the leading advocacy organization of pharmacy students and recent graduates worldwide. Wherein our main vision is actually to improve public health. We do this through several portfolios. We do this through provision of information, education networking, and a range of publications and professional initiatives. And right now, IPSF is actually home to over 500,000 students and recent graduates from over 130 countries worldwide. And then just to show you guys the scope of IPSF, I just want to show some of our allied organizations. Of course, we have our parent organization, the International Pharmaceutical Federation. We are also partnered with the United Nations and WHO. So I know there are people from IFMSA here. We both have official relations when it comes to WHO. So it does mean that we get to send official delegations to WHO events, to the World Health Assembly, and I think specific to my regional office, we send them to the Southeast Asian Regional Office, as well as the Western Pacific Regional Office. We have consultative status with United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. For UN ECOSOC, we have roster consultative status. And since we're actually part of a bigger organization called ICMEO, the International Coordination of Young member organizations, we actually had the opportunity to become youth co-leads for UN ECOSOC Youth Forum. So that's a really exciting opportunity. We also have partners with the UN Major Group on Children and Youth, the Global Health Workforce Network, some other pharmaceutical organizations, and also some student organizations as well. So here we have the World Health Students Alliance, which is actually an alliance of medical students, pharmacy students, veterinary students, and dental students, IFMSA as well, and also the Alliance for Health Promotion. And actually, right now, I also want to promote that since in IPSF we are expanding our reach towards other issues when it comes to health, we have been able to partner with Planetary Health Alliance and quite recently the UN FCCC, so that's the Climate Change Conference, wherein we do focus on how climate change affects health as a social and environmental determinant of health. And also not in this slide is actually, I want to just mention some of the regional partners as well that we do have. So for the Asia Pacific Regional Office, we're also partnered with pharmaceutical organizations, which do include MEMS. If you guys are familiar, it's the automated system that's used by hospitals. We're able to have partnerships with them, and we do get to have collaborations when it comes to projects and also long-term commitments with MEMS. The Federation of Asian Pharmaceutical Associations, the Asian Young Pharmacists Group, and other pharmaceutical companies like iMedco, Mediska, etc. And yep, right now, this is for the Asia Pacific Regional Office. Our main theme for the year is actually paving the roads toward health equity. So because we saw that during the recent pandemic, there's a very big highlight when it comes to health inequities, we did notice that there were inequalities within and across countries, especially in the Asia Pacific region. So we do find that there are some countries who are able to keep up when it comes to global standards, and there are others who were drastically hit, especially by the pandemic. So that's why our theme for this year is like this, and this means that we are aiming for the holistic development of our members, and also for them to make big impacts when it comes to healthcare systems as well. So these are just some of our initiatives for the year as well. First is our science communication initiatives. Since we did notice as well that even though we're knowledgeable of specific science when it comes to health, some of our members weren't able to really communicate it, especially to local communities. That's why we're promoting our members to have some science communication projects within their member organizations and within IPSF in general. We have professional development case guides, so that means we do aim to make our members more aware of how they can actually promote health equity. We have some projects for APRO Connect, so we are connecting our members to some of our partners so that they're able to better leverage themselves as members of IPSF and do promote public health within their communities and also outside or internationally when it comes to collaborations. So I think just to mention as well, so one of our members is actually one of the co-organizers of this event, so PSA-Taiwan, and they are collaborating quite closely with other pharmaceutical organizations from other countries. And we do see that that helps when it comes to promoting health equity and understanding the different perspectives within each country. We also have projects that aim to expand policy and advocacy. So previously, it was mainly IPSF that does policy and advocacy work when it comes to attending WHO events and bringing the voice of pharmacy students internationally. But right now, we're trying to promote it within our member organization. So we are training them when it comes to policy, how to write national position papers, how to leverage when it comes to their governmental associations, and how to make big impacts within their community as well. And then lastly, we have interprofessional experiential learning. We do see that this is very big right now. Quite recently, we had a hackathon for antimicrobial resistance with medical students, veterinary students, and dental students. And we also had a collaboration with forestry students and agriculture students. So it was quite away from normal health. But we did collaborate with them when it comes to achieving sustainable development goals within Asia Pacific. So yeah, that's some of our focuses right now. And then when it comes to public health, I just want to mention some of our initiatives right now. So these are just logos, but more or less, we have projects when it comes to anti-malaria, when it comes to tobacco smoking cessation campaigns, fight the fakes campaigns, anti-counterfeit drug campaigns, cancer awareness, blood donation drives, etc. So it is a very big portfolio when it comes to IPSF. And In addition to this, we have official relations with WHO. So that's one of the highlights as well when it comes to IPSF's involvement when it comes to public health. And yeah, right now I will be going to a question that was asked. So what are the core competencies when it comes to youth leaders when it comes to global health? So I'd just like to echo a study actually by Withers et al. Last 2019. Because this is actually more or less the same framework we use when we are having our professional development for our members. So they noticed in the study that there are 5 main domains when it comes to global health competencies. So this is actually for master's students, but we aim to do this as well when it comes to our members. So we're not studying public health, but as pharmacists, these are some areas that we can definitely improve on. So first, we have here the understanding and of trends and determinants of global disease patterns. So youth leaders should be able to distinguish the current global and local trends when it comes to disease burdens, just so that they are able to better have needs assessments when it comes to their local communities. And they should also be able to understand social, cultural, and economic factors that do affect burdens of disease. And it allows you to evaluate complex interactions between these factors. In relation to what I mentioned earlier, this is actually one thing that we're highly promoting right now, since we do know that when it comes to health equities, this is something that is very significant and something that should be known by all of our members and those who do want to make sure that they can address health equities. Next is actually cultural competencies. So it's really nice that right now we are working in an international organization because we are able to expose ourselves to different people with different perspectives. And it does play a factor when it comes to promoting global health. Because when we are working with this, we get to understand the different perspectives from their own countries and local communities. So for example, for social and cultural factors, in the Asia-Pacific region, something that we have been focusing on is actually sexual and reproductive health. And there are very big differences when it comes to, for example, abortion laws within each country. So for example, in the Philippines, abortion is illegal in any case. That's why we do notice that it does get hard for women's sexual and reproductive health, since it is very difficult for them to get an abortion, even though it is life-threatening for them. And a factor for this is actually because the Philippines is a Catholic, mostly Catholic country, and they do have problems when it comes to abortion. So that's one type of cultural sensitivity that we do want to encourage with our members. And additionally as well, when it comes to Asia-Pacific, something that we've been tackling quite a long time now is in Indonesia, smoking is very prevalent. Estimates have been made that around 60% of their male population actually smokes. And it is mainly linked because of it being normalized and accepted by their social circles. So that's why we do want to promote cultural competency and make sure that these people know that when it comes to health, social and cultural factors really play a big role for this. And then third, we have global health governance, diplomacy, and leadership. So I think for this, I just want to focus on leadership as well. So we know that there is interdependence and also interconnectedness of global populations, and making sure that we are aligned when it comes to this and we are updated when it comes to global health governance. It does play a very big factor, and it also pays if we can understand policies in multiple governmental levels, so in local, national, and global levels. And it's something that IPSF does when we do attend external opportunities as well. So something that has been or has always been very important is actually when it comes to funding mechanisms, trade agreements, importance of large-scale operations in global health. Since we do know that the pharmaceutical companies are very big investors when it comes to global health. As a pharmaceutical student organization, it is something that we look at as well. And we have calls to action wherein we do want to promote equitable access when it comes to medicines, and also during the COVID-19 vaccination drives as well. And yep, knowledge of roles and interests of international organizations and governments is also something that we understand is a core competency for our members and youth leaders who want to be more involved when it comes to global health. So this allows us to able to collaborate and synergize our reach when it comes to promoting global health within several concepts as well. And then fourth, we have project management. So successful implementation of our projects does need good project management skills. So in addition to our main public health initiatives, IPSF also has several leadership capacity building trainings wherein we want to promote project management within our members, since we do find that this is one of the very big foundations when it comes to global health and having any other youth leadership capacity. So in project management, in addition to the normal skills that they have, we also want to make sure that they're able to know how to properly handle their finances, their human resources, and quality control of each of their projects. And then lastly is ethics and human rights. So everyone we work with should consider or should have the mindset that health is a basic human right and that everyone should be able to have this health and be able to access healthcare services as well. And we have to understand the ethics and how it applies to our global health programs, so that when we're also doing some needs assessments, it's important that when we're doing research, we promote the rights of our members. So these are some of the core competencies, again, that we are using within our organization as well. In addition to that, I was asked as well, so for the next slide, about some of my challenges as a youth leader when it comes to achieving public health or helping promote public health. So first is actually the lack of diverse perspectives. Since I am coming from a pharmaceutical background, it was very difficult at first to find the different perspectives when it comes to promoting public health. So I think this is specific actually to local communities. We're in lower middle income countries or in geographically isolated areas. It was hard to make sure that we are targeting their needs when we are making projects. So the output and also the impact of our projects was very hard. So something that we use to overcome this is actually consultation with our member organizations. We have member organizations who are both national and local. So we do aim to have consistent communication with them so that we're able to promote the health of their communities as well. And then my second challenge as a youth leader is actually cultural understanding. So this comes back to what I mentioned about the core competency. It was hard to know the difference of the cultures of the different countries. Even working within the Asia-Pacific region, it was very different. So coming from the Pacific Islands, going to Southeast Asia and also to Eastern Asia, we do notice that since others are developing countries, others are already developed countries, it was hard to understand what they really needed. And it was very, very different. So for example, when it comes to Pacific Islanders, they are having trouble achieving the global standard right now when it comes to the pharmacy profession. But when it comes to countries, for example, like Korea and Japan, they are leading the current standard when it comes to the practice. So that's why cultural understanding was very difficult for me. And it is also something that I got used to when I was working more closely with IPSF. And then third is actually groundwork collaborations. As a young individual, I do find it difficult to go to our communities and make sure that we're able to have our projects, especially with the financial concerns of being a university student. So we did the next best thing, which is to collaborate with people on the ground, with the local communities, with our organizations. And it does take another level of project management to actually have this kind of collaborations and make sure that they succeed, because we're not able to make sure that the finances are in order or the quality control is set in place. So it was very difficult for me as a youth leader. And then lastly, I think, is coming from academic work and volunteering. So I am still a full-time full-time university student, but I'm working with 21 countries, so we have around 100,000 individuals within the Asia-Pacific Regional Office, so sometimes it does get hard to manage my time. But I think this is coming from my own personal experience, having the support of my university, having the support of people from the Philippine government as well. It does help so that I'm able to better improve on myself and also to make sure that I can balance all of the work that I'm doing. And something that was also mentioned earlier from the previous presentation, these challenges were actually how I overcame this is I actually just integrated myself more into the system. So as a beginner, it was very difficult to manage my time, to make sure that the expectations were met when it comes to an international organization. But I allowed myself to be a beginner, and now I am able to work better. I'm working with around 100 team members, so it is very, very nice now, and I'm able to better manage my work. And yep, that is actually all for my presentation. I just want to thank everyone for, I want to thank everyone for your attention, and also a quote that stuck with me during one of the previous meetings that we've had is actually, it is really nice that we are all here in this room and in this opportunity to attend the World Health Assembly. And I express my sincerest appreciation for everyone, since we're trying to promote the health of people who are not in this same scenario that we have right now. We are giving the voice for people who are not able to have the privilege to attend WHA and also be in this side defense that we are having right now. So yeah, that's all from me and from IPSF. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Bill's amazing lecture, amazing speaking. Yeah. So now I think it's time to pass on next speaker. So yeah, should we pass on? Yeah, please come. Yeah. So now I'm gonna pass the microphone to next moderator and also speaker.
So, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, my name is Natalie, and I'm now a third-year student majoring in public health at the Taipei Medical University. And today it's my honor to introduce my classmates, also my friends, Alice, to talk about the cultivation of the public health talents in Taiwan. And I want to a little bit interest about Alice is that her passion for the public health is not just within the university. She also have participated in domestic and international service. So in this section, she will talk about the curriculum that what we have in Taiwan for public health students, and then mainly focus on how students make an impact through the academic and also governmental or non-profit activities. So please join me in welcoming Alice. Thank you.
Thank you for Natalie. And hello, my name is Alice, as Natalie said, and it's really an honor to have opportunities to stand here and talk about how does Taiwan cultivate the public health talents. Okay. So before my sharing, I would like to ask whether of you have been to Taiwan. Can anyone have been to Taiwan? Raise your hands. Okay. Sounds just a little bit of you have been to Taiwan before, and I hope that through today's sharing, you can know more about Taiwan and also how we cultivate our public health talents. So, as you can see in the picture, there are 11 universities in Taiwan have the public health department of the public health, and over half of them are concentrating in the northern region of Taiwan. And one fun fact, so my school name is Taipei Medical University, and it is actually one of the closest education institution to a famous attract Taipei 101. And at the right side is the logo of the Federation of Public Health Student Association. It is a student association that trying to compose every student in the public health in Taiwan and trying to advocate the important issues, and also trying to use a student voice to let public know more about the public health, and the most important thing, to stand on the international stage. Okay, so what do we learn in the 4 years learning in our undergraduate course? In fact, it's really similar to the course in other countries. So our mainly course are domains in the health administration, biostatistics, epidemiology, environmental and occupational health, and social and behavioral science. And for my personal favorite, I think that the field of the global health is one of the most interesting. So last year, I have taken a course called the primary care and the community health. And in that course, we have the opportunity to go to the rural area in Taiwan and learning about how do they do the primary care there. And also because our peers from all over the world, we have peers from Malaysia, United States, Vietnam, Thailand, etc. So we have the chance to sharing those experience together and know more about other countries' policy and about their public health issues. So in this picture is actually we're in the Hsinchu. It's a rural, one of the place nearby the northern region in Taiwan, and we are doing a diabetes check of an elder. So in addition to doing the learning from the courses, I personally think that the volunteering work also teach us many things, and it's also let have the opportunity to integrate and apply what we learn from school. So every department and school have their own voluntary team, and I'll make an example from my school. So this is our school public health voluntary team named of epidemiology survey team. And every winter vacation, we will try to find those who are interested in doing the service work, and we will gather everyone and trying to find a rural area in Taiwan and to do a public health service. So what we will do inside our service, one of the things is the most important thing is we will go to the rural areas elementary school and trying to do the health education, like we talk about the nutrition, how to eat healthy, and also about how to keep your body in shape. And also we will do some home visit. We will do some interview and survey with the locals, and also trying to do the physical checkup for them. And for the environmental sampling, we will collect sample of the dust, soil, or water, for etc., and trying to test the quality of it, and also whether it have heavy metal inside or not. And also we will pick up some dog feces to check the parasite. And we also do the catching mosquito, which is pretty hard, and catch a mosquito to check whether this is specific vectors. So I think that from those work, we have trying to integrate and apply what we learn and into the volunteering work. Okay. Whoa, it's stuck. Can you help me to turn next page? Thank you. Oh, okay. So in the picture, that's me, obviously. So this picture is taken last year, and we're in an elementary school. The little girl in the picture, her name is Amy, and in fact, she's not a student of that elementary school. She came to the school just because his brother is taking class here. So when his brother is in the class, we just playing with her and bring her all around and trying to sharing with her about how do we do a sampling and let her have a chance to observe the things that she have never explored before. And she's happy and we're happy too. So it's really let me believe that doing the public health and doing the volunteering work can not only bring the positive influence on the society, but also bring to the one who provides the service. Okay. And also, last year, the pandemic is getting smaller, and I'm really lucky to have an opportunity to join an international volunteer work. So this is another service team in our school. Its name is Fly Young. You can see the logo. There's no logos. It's okay. So I'm able to join the group called Fly Young and go to do the service in the Cambodia. And so what we do in Cambodia is, so first thing is we provide the health education for two kinds of people. One is the student in the rural areas elementary school, and then the other is the teachers in our local partner organization, so that they can bring the knowledge back to their village and teach to more kids. And we also have a program named WASH with the Taiwan's Rotary Club. And WASH means water, sanitation, and hygiene. What we do is we build the water system there and some supplies for them to let them have the clean water, can wash their hand. And also we bring soaps and teach them how to wash their hand correctly to avoid some disease. And also we have a program called Nursing Room. So actually the concept of nursing room is from Taiwan. In our school, every elementary school, senior high school, junior high school, we will have a room called nursing room. In there will be a teacher or rather a professional nurse that he or she can check for the kids and also deal with any injury or the problems that kids have at the first time. And we also provide the first aid kits there. So once kids have the problem, the teacher in there can use those medical supplies to help the kids. And when we visit the Cambodia, we also help them to do the physical examination so that we can continuously to check their nutrition conditions. Okay. And we have talked about the courses and also talk about the volunteering work. And another thing that I think that bring a lot of learning experience for us is about the academic development. So in Taiwan, many students will trying to enter the laboratory to do the additional learning. And most of them will attend a fellowship called the College Student Research Fellowship. And this is a fellowship that provided by the National Science and Technology Council. And it is an official of our government department. So in this research fellowship, what we're trying to do is you need to learn how to how to find a research topic from scratch and trying to write an essay and communicate with an instructor and do the consulting of literature, those work. So it helps the students who want to learn and who want to go to the graduate school to do their research. They provide a precious opportunity for them to do those work in the undergraduate, because that is not an easy thing for undergraduate student in Taiwan. So once you submit your paper to the council and you pass a review, you will have an opportunity to conduct an 8 months research and then come out with your result. Okay. And also, I believe that Taiwan's public health talent training really focus on applications and apply what we learn to the front line. So we have the student internship that is required for every student in every department of public health in Taiwan. Every student needs to go to the relevant government departments, NGOs, organizations, or even private company or hospital to do the required internship work in at least 1 month. So this is one of the example of from my senior peers. And actually the girl here, her name is Monica, and Monica, she's there. Yeah. Okay. So Monica and her peers are, they've done their internship in the rural areas primary care center in Taiwan. And what they're trying, in this picture, you can see that they go through a whole village. So they not only need to finish the work that the staff ask them to do, but they also conduct the small research at there. And their research topic is about the prevalence of the chronic disease of the elder population there. And instead of doing those work like interviewing the locals and also doing some surveys, some of them will do the environmental sample collecting and also will distribute the supplies to the locals. Okay. So we have talked about the work we have trying to do domestically and internationally. And actually, our government really want us to be participating in the international affairs and engaging in the global health diplomacy. So here's of the two examples that some of the Taiwanese students were trying to do. So one of the example is so in Taiwan, there are a fund called the Taiwan International Corporate Development Fund. It is a fund that we help the allies and the partner country that in need. And in this fund, there's a project called the College Youth Overseas Technical Assistance Service Program. So in this so when the ICDF are doing work internationally in different countries that in need, if you are the participant in this youth service program, you will have the ability, you will have a chance to go there and do the service with them. So one of the examples is the fruit and vegetable production and nutrition enhancement project they have done in Tuvalu. So last year, they have asked some students which is interested in doing a health promotion work to go to Tuvalu together and do the work with them. And for the boys, some of them will choose to do the military service on diplomatic missions. So they will send some professional with different skills, mostly with the public health talent or the medicine talent, to the allies and the country that in need, and do their military service there, providing the medicine or the public health support. So one of the kind of like the most famous most famous people in this program, his name is the Dr. Alan Lian. He's one of the participants of the first year of this military service on diplomatic missions. He not only provides the medical support there, but also trying to build the local charities and elementary school in there. So I believe that those work can show one thing is that Taiwan is trying really hard to make our students to engage in the international affairs, no matter in the field of public health or other fields. And what we want to deliver is a message is that Taiwan can help. Okay. Sorry. So 2020 is actually a year that the COVID-19 pandemic have outbreak, and it actually is a really special year for us because that is a year we take the university entrance examination. So that is also the year we determine to invest ourselves into the field of the public health, because what we think is that public health can save many lives and can help many people. And during the pandemic, Taiwan government have at first they have trying to do many measures to help to control the outbreak, such as the border control, contact tracing, quarantine, and so on. So those measurements do help Taiwan to control the outbreak at first. And also, we are trying to help ourselves, and we also help our international partners in need. So those Taiwan have the really difficult diplomatic situation, we're still trying our best to help those countries that in need. So such as we provide the medical supplies, donate the medical supplies to the countries in need, and we also have providing some assistance such as technical assistance, such as the outbreak management and the contact tracing system to the countries. Okay. And this is the picture of the Central Epidemic Command Center. So when the pandemic is outbreak, our CECC Command Center what they're doing is like they have opened the daily compress every day and to talk about the newest policy and the newest situation of the COVID-19 every day. Okay. So after more than 20 years of effort, Taiwan finally passed the Public Health Specialty Act, touting it as the first of its kind in Asia. And we have learned, so in 2020, we faced the COVID-19 pandemic. And in 20 years before, from the SARS epidemic, we also learned a lot of things about it. And we believe that those things have made Taiwan trying to pass the Public Health Specialist Act. Okay. Although the COVID-19 may appear to coming to the end, and it marks the dawn of a new era in the public health. As a student that study public health in Taiwan, and also really interested in the international affair, we deeply hope that Taiwan students and those Taiwan public health talents have the opportunity to devote themselves into the international public health affairs and to let people can know about Taiwan's talent and also sharing the important information with the world. And most important, to deliver a message is that Taiwan can help, and that is the sharing of that is the end of my sharing. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Monica from Taipei Medical University and major in public health. So it's really an honor to invite our speaker, Li Han Wong, to our summit. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome Brian, our distinguished speaker, Li Han Wong. Brian is currently worked in European Observatory and on health system and policies, and he's also an active member in WHO Youth Council, dedicated to advocating youth development in public health. So now let's give him a resounding welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Great, thanks Monica, and thanks for the invitation to be here with you today. So I was asked to just kind of walk you through my journey in global health, kind of some skills that I think that young public health professionals need to have when entering the field, as well as some challenges and ways that I think I've learned in my experience of how to overcome some of these challenges. For those of you who know me, I love taking pictures, so most of my slides are going to be photos, and I'll just talk you through kind of my journey. But yeah, so first a quick bit about me. So I'm Canadian. I was born in Malaysia, but I grew up in Canada, and I've been in London the past 7 years. My background is in biomedical science and music. That was my undergrad. I then moved to London to do a master's in epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, where Jen went as well. And then I went on to do a PhD in cardiovascular science at University College London, where I was looking at heart-brain interactions and how you can use blood pressure measures to explore long-term cognitive function outcomes over the life course. I then did a bunch of clinical research, took a course at Harvard, the Global Clinical Scholars Research Training Program, studied some diplomacy as well at the European Academy of Diplomacy, and then during the pandemic took a social innovation fellowship in London. So at the end of my PhD, obviously the pandemic hit, COVID was rampant. Nobody really cared about non-communicable diseases because there's this really big sexy pandemic happening. So I kind of went 180 and I went from non-communicable diseases to working on the pandemic. So I was employed as a surveillance epidemiologist for Public Health England. I was with their joint, with their division of immunizations and countermeasures. where I was supporting their work on COVID surveillance. So I got to go into the field, take bloods, do some data analysis, write reports that then fed into a lot of the policy-making processes with the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunizations that set national policy for COVID. At the same time, I was also doing some work in digital health. So I was the youth officer for the Lancet and Financial Times Commission on Governing Health Futures 2030, Growing Up in a Digital World, which was a project that was focused on digital health governance, more importantly, with an angle of youth, and trying to safeguard health futures of young people as we are growing up in this digital age. I then transitioned into doing some science diplomacy work. So I was the scientific community manager for IDARE, the International Digital Health and AI Research Collaborative. And in that role, I was responsible for managing our network of hubs and partners around the world, working between multilateral organizations and member states to mobilize resources to invest in AI for health and digital health in low and middle income countries. I then also did some work with Transform Health. I think Thomas mentioned health data governance. So I was supporting their work on health data governance principles, as well as trying to make an investment case for digitally enabled primary health care. And now I wear several hats. I work as a consultant and technical advisor for WHO's European Observatory on Health Systems and Policies. So in that role, I'll tell you a bit more about that role later. I also support CHISTI, which is the Center for Indonesia's Strategic Development Initiatives. So they are supporting the Indonesian government to roll out their primary healthcare strategy. So I'll be in Jakarta in November for a one-month stint where we're hosting a primary healthcare forum. I also do a bit of consulting with health tech startups. So I think we heard about mental health startups, and I work actually with a digital mental health startup that delivers cognitive behavioral therapy and EMDR through virtual reality. So we use headsets to deliver a suite of cognitive behavioral therapy interventions. And then I just started a role as well with FIND. It's a diagnostics nonprofit that aims to improve access to digital diagnostics in low and middle income countries, and diagnostics that are equitable and safe and effective. So that's kind of my journey so far. On the volunteering side, I'm involved with a bunch of other organizations. So we heard from our colleague about the importance of professionalization of the health workforce. So I do some work with ASFER, which is the Association of Schools of Public Health in the European region. So they're a network of schools across Europe, and we look at core competencies for public health students as they're developing into their careers, kind of what's needed. We develop curricula and we roll it out across Europe. They're a member of the Global Network for Academic Public Health. So I think our colleague mentioned the American Association of Public Health, so they're all part of this. I do some work with UFA, which is the European Public Health Association, so I'm a steering committee member on their digital health section. And I'm also with the World Federation of Public Health World Federation of Public Health Associations as the research lead of their young students and young professionals working group. And then I'll tell you a bit more about the two logos in the middle later. So my journey into global health was quite complex. As you'll find and as you've heard, there's no one track into entering into a career of global health. I think there's a lot of ways that you can enter and a lot of ways you can continue to develop. So I'll kind of talk about how a bunch of different opportunities that I did. So I think modeled WHOs, which I'll talk about a bit. I also did social entrepreneurship, case challenges, hackathons. Those are really great as well. I got into my master's, and that exposure really gave me a lot of exposure into global health, attending a lot of global health forums and the importance of mentorship and networking, as we heard. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard of Model UN. So my first kind of foray into global health and where I heard of it was actually when I was doing my undergrad. So I was back in Canada, and I was interested in Model UN, and I did a few of them, and they were like, "Well, you're a health student. What are you doing here? This is for people who are interested in political science and whatnot." There's this thing called Model WHO, which might interest you a bit more. So I ended up going to the first one, now it's a decade ago. You can see my hair is quite different. So this was the first one in Toronto that I went to back in 2013, and that was kind of my first exposure and foray into global health. That got me really interested into public health in general, and led me to apply for my master's at the London School, where I did epidemiology. I then figured that we weren't taught a lot of these soft skills that you're hearing about earlier, policy, advocacy, diplomacy. We're taught a lot of these really technical skills, like you heard just now, a lot of analysis, epidemiology, this kind of stuff. But then how do you actually put those technical skills into practice? So, a lot of these soft skills I gained through simulations and experiential learning opportunities like Model WHO. So I decided to bring that to the UK. And I founded LONWHO, which is the London Model WHO simulation. We've run a bunch of international conferences since 2017. So our first one was on global mental health. We did one on improving the health of adolescents, children, women. So then that led me to found UK Model WHO, which is a network of Model WHO simulations. We help with capacity building opportunities, and we do a lot of capacity building trainings through our WHO Academy, through simulations as well. And so I'll quote Ilona Kickbush, who wrote the book on global health diplomacy. So global health diplomacy is gaining in importance, and its negotiators really need to be well prepared. And a lot of what we do at UK WHO is to build on these necessary critical skills of policy making, negotiation, conflict resolution, and whatnot. So that's kind of what we're built on. We've hosted a couple others since then. We've done one on conflict and health, and more recently we did one on pandemic preparedness, response, and recovery, which has been really topical. So our vision is really to foster this generation of students and young professionals who are equipped with these necessary skills and experiences to achieve health for all. And we think these kind of platforms like Model WHO are really good ways to build these soft skills. And there's also a bunch of global health forums. I think this might be an old slide deck, but there's a bunch of other global health forums that I attended, had the opportunity to attend, such as the Human Resources for Health Forum, the World Health Summit, these kind of opportunities, which are really great for networking and kind of understanding the state of the art of the field of global health. So I'll quickly touch on the importance of mentorship as well. So I definitely wouldn't be here today if I hadn't had a lot of great mentors who helped me along the way and gave me a lot of advice. So I would say mentorship is incredibly important, both intergenerational as well as peer-to-peer. So I think as our colleague earlier had said, the older generation have been through all of this before. They have a lot of words of wisdom, and I think there's also some cross learnings that we can teach. Someone was saying something about ICT skills and how because we're super digitally literate, so there's a lot of learnings that way. But also I'll emphasize that peer-to-peer learning is really important because I've been in your shoes. I literally was in your shoes 5 years ago, and I think learning from each other, people who've more recently gone through certain things and kind of understand the field is super important. And then finally, go back. Networking is also incredibly important. Putting yourself out there, meeting people, talking to them, and trying to get a sense of their experiences and how they got to where they are. And potentially those people can become your mentors at some point in the future as well. So, going from role-playing to reality, as I said, I was literally in your seats 5 years ago. I had the opportunity to attend the WHA back in 2018, and I was on the IFMSA delegation. That's me. That's what you'll see in a few days. And I had the opportunity to deliver some statements on behalf of IFMSA. So, as I'm sure you'll find, you get to, policy resolution writing, policy writing is an incredibly important skill. Sometimes you'll have to, you've prepared this much, and then they'll tell you the day before you need to cut it down to a minute. So learning how to be really succinct when you communicate is super important. And being able to deliver it to an audience like that, a fantastic opportunity. I also was part of the executive board meeting delegation, which kind of precedes the World Health Assembly. So that's where a lot of the agenda items are discussed and negotiated and agreed upon before we actually come to the World Health Assembly where we are today. I was also asked to tell you a bit about the Youth Council that I helped to set up, the background of it and whatnot. So it's, this was like 3-4 years in the making when we were realizing that there was really lacking a lot of meaningful youth engagement in global health governance processes. There's only 2 youth organizations represented here that are in official relations with WHO, IPSF and IFMSA. So this conversation kind of spurred when we were realizing, we need more opportunities to get more diverse youth voices into global health, to get the ear of, WHO officials, senior leadership, and to really get stuck into WHO processes and WHO activities. So we ended up setting up this council, which is a dynamic network that aims to amplify the voices and experiences of young people while leveraging their expertise, their energy, and their ideas to promote public health. And we are at the moment 22 regional and international youth-led or youth-focused organizations from around the world. And we advise on health and development issues that affect young people, and we engage, as I mentioned, the WHO Director General, WHO senior leadership, and serve as a platform to design and incubate new ideas and initiatives, and expand on existing WHO youth initiatives. We held our inaugural meeting back in January, around just before the executive board meeting this year, and we brought together, all of these members. And we discussed key priorities and work plans to progress on universal health coverage, non-communicable diseases, mental health, and Youth Leading for Health, which is our kind of meaningful youth engagement and governance arm. And we had the opportunity to interact with a lot of really interesting high-level WHO members. So, as I mentioned, my current work is with WHO, so I work with the European Observatory on Health Systems and Policies. It's hosted within WHO Euro, which is based in Copenhagen, but I'm based in London because we've got 4 hubs. Our London hub is more focused on health financing, the one in Brussels is more health policy, Berlin is more pandemic preparedness, and then Copenhagen is the health systems, country health systems monitoring. So a lot of my work focuses on the digital transformation of health systems. So I support countries when they're rolling out their digital health strategy. I've been doing a lot recently on telemedicine and telemedicine reimbursement policy. So we're working with WHO Euro on that. I've started an EU-funded project called Be Well, which is about digital and green skills for the health workforce. So trying to understand what courses are available, what competencies in the green and the digital space that we need for health workers to develop. And then more recently, I've been getting involved with a lot of digitally enabled primary healthcare. As I mentioned, I'm doing this work with Indonesia, but we're also working with WHO to put together a handbook on primary healthcare that we're going to be launching at the 5th anniversary of Alma Ata, and that's going to happen in Kazakhstan, and that's geared at policymakers to give them information on what operational levers we need to make sure that we have efficient primary healthcare. So global health, it's a really long journey, and there's always so many things ahead. As I said, there's no one kind of track path, but you can make sure that you're really prepared when you're facing challenges. So I think we've seen that there's a lot of young professionals are facing a lot of unique challenges compared to previous generations. A lot of these have been further compounded by COVID. That's hindered us from progressing in our careers. It's affected our learning, and also as we're transitioning from the classroom to the health workforce, there's been issues in that, whether it's been accelerated or hindered. I think I'll highlight a couple key challenges that I've experienced. I think the first one is around inaccessibility and the lack of opportunities. So I think, despite how important public health workforce is to the global economy, I think our job prospects really remain unchanged, even despite this current crisis that we're in. I found that a lot of young professionals that I've spoken to are either underqualified for entry-level positions. So you'll get WHO roles where they're saying it's entry-level and they actually really require like 3 to 5 years of experience. So that's not really entry-level. Or they lack the professional public health certifications that require a lot of years of experience. Or they're overqualified for like really basic jobs. There's a lot of competition for positions. I mean, we've seen even with the internships now that WHO is funding them, there's only a handful, and it's super competitive. We've seen that education costs are incredibly high. I think I just had a conversation with someone earlier about wanting to come to study in the UK, and she was saying she couldn't afford it because it's way too expensive. And in North America, where I'm from, you'll rack up hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans even before you finish graduating. And then I think another big problem is around inadequate remuneration, so inadequate pay once you enter the workforce, if you end up entering the workforce and if you're not just doing voluntary work. I think another big challenge is around tokenization. So quite often young leaders are seen as tokens rather than the value of our lived experience. I can't tell you how many times I've sat on a panel as the only young person, and then they'll turn to me and say, and what does the young person think? Or I'll get 2 minutes at the end of a 3-hour session to kind of speak on behalf of young people all around the world. So I think that's a massive issue, and we're making strides towards improving that. The WHO Youth Council is one of those mechanisms that is improving that, but there's still a long way to go. And then kind of another one is around lack of mentorship. So I think it's really difficult to navigate the global health landscape without proper guidance, as I mentioned. And I think being able to seek out mentors, create a network, and learn from each other's lived experiences is super important. A couple other things that I'll mention as well is adapting to rapidly changing landscapes. I never thought I was going to be working in digital health. I didn't think you could have a career in digital health. And then the pandemic hit and everything went digital. So I think something that's really important is being able to adapt to rapidly changing environments. You never know when the next pandemic's going to hit. You never know what skill sets you're going to need. Also, balancing multiple roles, I think, is another kind of challenge that I've had to rise up to. I think there's so many things that we're expected to do as young people to kind of prove that we're competent and capable of doing adult jobs. So I think learning how to balance a lot of these competing tasks is really important. Yeah. So then, on kind of the opportunities and how to overcome these, as I mentioned, mentorship, super key. Seeking guidance from mentors both within and outside of traditional public health roles is super important for gaining insights on how to navigate the landscape. A really good example that I had on this was with ASFR. We had a young professionals program that was established as a result of the COVID-19 task force that they had. This gave us a really great opportunity to learn from established professors in the field, but as I mentioned, more importantly, to learn from each other as young professionals, because we were all in different stages of our public health careers. And that was really important, at least for a lot of our career development so far. There's also, making sure that you're participating in innovation-focused initiatives. So, Bill mentioned things like hackathons and social entrepreneurship case challenges. I think those are really great ways to kind of spark new ideas and discussions. Networking and collaboration, as has been mentioned already, incredibly important to engage with professionals and attend conferences such as these, participate in workshops to stay updated on trends. But I'll kind of give a word of caution as well. As I used to network for networking's sake, just go and talk to anybody and everyone. But that doesn't always lead anywhere. I think having intentionality when you're networking is super important. So having like an ask, kind of learning how to pitch yourself as well. Who are you? What do you want? How can they help you? And have this like purpose, but also read up on who you're networking with. So often when I'm attending a conference, I'll have a look at who's going to be there. I'll kind of highlight a few people that I'll want to meet and speak out to, and I'll have exact talking points, not scripted, but kind of some talking points in mind. So that's just kind of a little pro tip. Having hands-on experiences, I know we've heard around internships, volunteer opportunities, because I think those will really help you apply your knowledge and skills in real-world settings and kind of gain experiences. and developing a lot of these soft skills, so critical thinking, problem solving, communication skills, that'll help you really understand and articulate the complexities of the health sector that we're facing. And then I think also the importance of continuous learning and developing these skills. Speaking of skills, oh, I don't think my slides aren't there, but some skills that I mentioned that I'd like to kind of leave you with. So I think interdisciplinary approaches and developing cross-disciplinary knowledge, it's really important because the health sector, as we know, is super complex. And we need public health, as we know, is super interdisciplinary. So we need to be able to combine a lot of these things like data science and engineering and understand how a lot of these interplay with global health. I think developing, as we've heard from Bill, cultural competency and intelligence is super important as we're in an increasingly globalized world. The ability to understand, to respect and work in different country contexts and within different belief systems is incredibly crucial. Critical thinking and problem solving, as I said, communication, advocacy, negotiation. So I think I'll touch a bit on this because I think this is important for knowing your worth and kind of setting yourself up and selling yourself when, as I mentioned, when you're in networking situations or when you're negotiating things like a contract. Being able to say, you know what, and this is true for me, I've never done an internship because I didn't believe in unpaid work. I realized that my time was valuable. So being able to kind of fight for things like that is super important moving forward. Leadership and teamwork we've heard from. Public health is incredibly collaborative. I don't think any of us would be here where we are today for public health if it weren't for interdisciplinary collaboration. And as mentioned, because I wear a lot of hats, time management is incredibly key in learning how to prioritize. And then finally is that resilience and adaptability, because I think having the ability to be resilient despite all these complex changes that are happening really builds character and is important for moving forward. So I'll just leave you with some key takeaways. So I think first, keep on networking. Don't be afraid to reach out. I, for one, never say no to a meeting because I never know, how I might be able to help them, how they might be able to help me. So if you reach out, I'll never say no to a meeting. I think interdisciplinary collaboration, as I mentioned, super important. Always stay on the lookout for opportunities, even if you're settled in something. I think it's always good to kind of see what's out there and continue to kind of look, and also to look for mentors. I think thinking global and acting local is also a really important one, because as we saw with COVID, diseases don't know any boundaries. So I think it's really important to keep that global mindset, as we call it. Don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone. I think a lot of times we're really afraid to kind of step into the unknown, but that's kind of where you build your own character as well to kind of push those boundaries. And then I'm a big yes man, so I say yes to like pretty much everything. But it's worked for me so far, so I'd recommend it. But with that, be realistic with what you can meaningfully contribute to, and make time for things that you do care about and prioritize. So it's all about balance. I think the last two things that I'll say are really around acknowledging positionality and privilege. So I obviously wouldn't be here where I am without a lot of privilege. I've had a lot of opportunities to get involved with a lot of different global health events and initiatives. But I think once you do recognize your privilege and positionality, bring other people along with you. See who's not necessarily in that room or sitting at that table with you. As you heard, I'm no longer an active member of the WHO Youth Council because I've given my spot to my colleague from Cameroon because I recognize that it was really important for him to be at that table. And then also kind of bringing your peers along that journey with you. So I'm doing this second PhD in public health workforce development, which is all about trying to integrate digital skills into public health curricula across Europe. And through that, I'm trying to provide a lot of research opportunities for my fellow peers to get involved in research in public health. And then, as I said, finally, knowing your worth and claiming your space and making yourself heard. So I'll just leave you with this, this slide, which is I had the opportunity to be interviewed for a Forbes article recently, and this kind of talked about how young people are really tired of waiting around for grown-ups to grow up and do something. You know, we really want leaders to be accountable for their commitments. We want to take action and ourselves, and also to shape our own health futures. So I'll leave you with that, and thanks for your time, and thanks for your attention.
Okay, so now it's our panel discussion. Please, so please, like all speakers and moderator in session 2, come to the stage. Okay, so is there anyone want to? Okay, ma'am, there. Please, someone, microphone, please. I'll give my first.
Hello, I'm Rita, and I'm part of the delegation of IFMSA. So we were talking about diversity of privilege that we have, and we are youth with privilege. So I wanted to understand if you have like any strategies in order to allow a bigger diversity of people sitting here and sitting in these high decision-making places. If you have any insight on how we can help to do that, please.
Okay, so who want to? Like for youth development? Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's a really good question about privilege as well. It is something we are discussing as well within IPSF. And I think right now, what we are striving towards is actually having some financial support for them as well. So we do have grants, for example, for them to join pharmaceutical congresses, to join some of our annual events, just so that it will help them become more involved in decision making. And something that we do as well is we try to recommend them to their national governments, who hopefully are able to support them when they are going to events such as this. And then I think important to the discussion as well is we promote collaboration, wherein if a certain community isn't able to go to a certain event, we do consult with them more what their voice is when it comes to a certain issue, so that we are able, those who are able to go to the event in person, or who is able to join a certain delegation, they're able to promote what they want, what the other person wants, even if they're not present within the actual event.
Yeah, sure, I can touch on this a bit as well. I think, it's really about removing barriers to their access. So, asking questions like, why aren't they able to be in places like this? Is it because of passport privilege? Is it because of, financing? As Bill was mentioning, is financial, costs a huge burden? And if there are no ways of changing those kind of systems, then maybe go to where they are instead. So I think I'll call it a really nice example of what the Canadian government has been doing to engage. As you know, in Canada we have a massive Aboriginal population, and they're often in really remote, hard-to-reach areas. So I think Canada does a really good job of, at least through their youth delegate, going to a lot of these places, doing convenings, going to where they are, and making sure that their perspectives and their experiences are fed through all of the policy-making processes. But then it's not just about doing that consultation. It's because otherwise it can be really extractive. It's about closing that feedback loop and making sure that, okay, once you've taken all these experiences and perspectives, what are you going to do about it? How have you taken those to shape policy, and then how are you closing that feedback loop?
Okay. So Anyone? Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question will be to Brian. My name is Madhushruti. I'm from India. I'm also representing IFMSA. It was really good to hear about that how Model UNs really helped shape your path to global health. I wanted to know, as in, since you're in a consultative position with the WHO, and as young people who want to, who envision a future with the WHO, what would you say are the specific requirements or the qualifications to go for that, and do Model UNs help in that particular aspect?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think there's no specific set qualification because I think it depends on the role that you're applying to. I think the best way to kind of get an understanding is to speak to someone who's already in those roles, talk to the hiring managers because they're often at the bottom of these job specs, but go to these events. You know, there's so many WHO staff who are always around. Figure out kind of what you're interested in, and more importantly, what you're not interested in, and trying to be persistent, as we heard one of our colleagues say. If there's no opportunities at the moment, keep hounding them, just keep asking them, okay, is there something that's happening? As for kind of the skills, I mean, I mentioned a few of the kind of core skills that I think are really important, a lot of these soft skills, but I think, having at minimum a master's of public health is pretty standard for across most WHO roles that I've seen, and having experience working with and within international organizations. So it's a lot of it is, as I mentioned, all about selling yourself and how you've what your experiences have been. And I think there's a lot of ways that you can do that, especially leveraging your where you are now with IFMSA. And if you look at how many IFMSA alumni are now in WHO roles, I think it's all about being able to kind of sell that, sell your skills and kind of show tangible outcomes of your work. Yeah. How many IFMSA alumni are now in WHO
anyone
roles? I think it's all about being able
want
to
to ask question? Okay, Mr. over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask a last speaker. I think that Model UN is very good experience, and I also joined Harvard Model UN and also the WHO simulation in Taiwan. And I'm thinking about what is a big difference between Model UN system and the WHO simulation system, and how the global WHO simulation system students work together. Maybe in the future, or is there any suggestion for the medical student in the future how to get into the WHO simulation system and then to join the WHA or WHO? Yeah, thank you.
So if I understood the question correctly, it's around how you can leverage your opportunities with model WHO and in these kind of simulations to enter the UN system. Yeah. So I think, as I said, it's all about selling those skills and selling those experiences. I think they teach you a lot of these soft skills that you don't necessarily get to learn in your regular traditional curricula. As I said, policy making, policy writing, resolution writing, advocacy, communications, debate, negotiation. So I think leveraging those skills is super important. I mean, I think. Put them on your CV. I think that's the big one. Just making sure you're able to communicate what you've done. But I'll kind of circle back to something I didn't mention when I was trying to answer your question. Is you should try and develop yourself into what I call like a T-shaped person. So have this breadth of soft skills, but start to develop your own technical niche as well. So have that depth of technical knowledge. And I think model WHO simulations and things like that are a really nice way. It's like a low risk, high reward way of exploring a lot of these topics. As I said, as you saw in my presentation, we hosted them on a bunch of different topics, and people came up to me after and said, "Oh, well, thanks to this conference, I actually explored a career in global mental health that I never thought I was interested in before." Or some people said, "You know what? Sexual reproductive health, that's not for me, but I really enjoyed it. I really learned how that was intersected with things like mental health, for instance." So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please here.
Thank you for your fantastic speaking, like Brian and Bill. And I just want to ask a question because you are all the so-called talent in the organization, right? And have some skill and even develop yourself, keep networking, right? But I just think of a question is that we can say if you can get a mentor and teach you some skill and teach you some very good experience to share with you, but do you have the problem that maybe you have to choose the mentor is qualified to you, is adequate to you? So my question is that how to encounter an adequate mentor for you to develop a good way to enter any opportunity. So maybe Bill or Brian can reply it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. So that's a really good question as well. For me personally, I started having mentors, I think last year. Since that was the time I became more active when it comes to relations in international organizations. And I think to answer that, when it comes to my mentors, it's usually they have a different aspect for each person. So I have a mentor who tells me more about financing. So when it comes to my career before, I was mainly focused in advocacy work. And then my mentor started telling me, oh, you have to earn some money as well because you can't give what you don't have. So I have one mentor for that, and then in other aspects, I have a mentor when it comes to social and administrative work. I have a mentor as well when it comes to academic work. So I think when it comes to that, they actually don't have a set skill or a set competency. It's usually when it comes to the discussions, they just become more friendly, they become more ingrained to what I want to achieve, and then they become my mentor. So yeah, I think that's it for me.
Yeah, so I think I'll echo what Bill was saying about having different mentors for different purposes, but I think it is really important to make sure that the mentor is a good fit for you. So, I mean, date your mentors, make sure that, if you've met them a few times, make sure that they're, genuinely invested in you, like genuinely invested in your career and your success, and not just kind of there to be like, look, look at me and look at what I'm doing and you can be like that. Like make sure that they're genuinely invested in your professional development and personal development as well. Choose people that are willing to kind of go out of their way to help you as well, to really facilitate connections. I like to think of myself as a conduit, so I mentor a lot of other younger professionals, and I love to be this, what I call a conduit, so I love to put people together. So if I'm seeing that, if Bill, for instance, is really interested in working in startups, I'll put him in touch with people that I know who are working in the startup space. So I think good mentors are also good conduits. And then I think, as I mentioned, that intergenerational learning or that peer-to-peer learning aspect. Choose someone who's willing to learn and grow together with you, because I think if it's just unidirectional, that mentorship's not going to work. At least in my experience, all the successful mentorships that I've had and I've been part of have been this bi-directional learning. So yeah.
Okay. So, okay.
So I'm just curious about what's the very first motivation for you guys to enter to get a public health topics to focus on. So for me personally, because I was a pharmacy student, I think our professor mainly told us about the professional knowledge about pharmacy and also medicine. And for me personally, I'm the former president of PSA-Taiwan, so I've been interested in public health issues since I joined the organization. And that's because we have the Department of Public Health. So we kind of have like, for example, like a blood donation campaign or somewhat. So that I start realizing that, oh, there are actually many issues being discussed over the world. So I also wonder that if there is any other pathway, alternative pathway to, get myself more informed in terms of other public health topics. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. So, so for myself, as a pharmacy student as well, I do get what you said as well, and I think it is the same thing that happened to me. I think going in my undergraduate degree, it was more on patient interactions, individual patient counseling. And then I thought to myself, there's an opportunity in public health where I can make the most impact in the least amount of time. And I think that pushed me to become more active when it comes to public health. And luckily, I was already part of IPSF during that time. And I did see their initiatives and some of the things that they did. And yeah, that's how I got into public health, basically.
So thanks for your question. And I think the main reason why I'm attending to the course of the Public Health, Department of Public Health, is because their saying is that medicine can save one at once, but public health can save many at once. And I think that impressed me much because in a history class, we have learned about many stories about how people finding there's something not good in the water, and then they save the whole village people's lives, things like that. And I think those stories impressed me more, and I think that I want to be that one can save the life with some basic concept or basic method and can make the change.
Sure, yeah, I can touch on some things that motivate me. I mean, I think making a difference is massive, but I think there's kind of this trifecta of these three things that you kind of want to hit the sweet spot of, right? It's getting paid, enjoying what you do, and then actually making a difference. And I think often you have to choose between one or two of them. So I think being able to find that sweet spot of that is super important. I initially was very medicine focused. In Canada you have to do an undergrad before you can go into medicine, and if it weren't for a lot of my exposures in public health, seeing that macro focus and the big picture, seeing the health systems, I think I would have just gone down the clinical route. But I think that a lot of these kind of issues around inequities and disparities in population health, those are the things that kind of keep me up at night and keep me motivated to do what I do. So yeah.
Sorry, ma'am over there. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Well, it was really inspiring hearing from you talking about your career in public health or global health or your initiatives that you are building for this. So my question is, what will be your advice for keep resilient while advocating for topics that you are passionate about and you don't get the outcomes that you were looking for? Thank you.
Go first. I think persistence is key. I think having kind of like a startup mindset where it's kind of a trial and error. So if you're figuring out, you're doing things one way and it's not working, kind of have a rethink, because startups go through these kind of peaks and valleys, and often it's if things aren't working, kind of do a reset and think, why might they not be working? Is your messaging incorrect? And this is something that we face often when doing health promotion, right? You're trying to get behavioral change to work, but the messaging is not coming across. People are still doing the same thing. We look at that with smoking cessation or alcohol and all these kind of things. So maybe the messaging is not right. Maybe the messenger is not right. So I think a lot of the times, it's a lot of global north to global south messaging, and maybe what you need is a local champion. You need someone that the community trusts, and that's going back to some of the work that I've done before with making sure that we're empowering community health workers to be delivering those messages as trusted voices within those communities. So it's having the right messaging, having the right people to deliver the message. Yeah, I think those are kind of the key ones.
Thank you. So I do echo what Brian said about making sure that the technicals of the project are in place. But I think as well, when it comes to keeping your motivation, having the right people with you does play a part. Because if you're doing the work and you're doing all the technicals, it does get heavy at times, especially since we're doing the volunteer work in addition to our normal academic schedule or even our work. So you have to be with the right people, make sure that the people there have the same passion as you. It's not uneven, and that you guys do pull each other up, and it's not you guys pushing each other apart, because I do know that sometimes it does get competitive when it comes to the projects. So yeah, just make sure you have the right colleagues with you, and make sure you also get to have fun and socialize, and as what Brian said earlier, enjoy what you're doing. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you so much for the wonderful discussion. I'm Mohammed. I'm a medical student from South Africa, and then IFMSA, I'm a delegate. And I wanted to ask that, how best do you think we should harness and ensure that youth can show their potential, and especially from the low and middle income countries? I find that there's a disconnect from either the government, from an international group to that particular university. And you find that there are students, and they do have the capacity, right? They do have the potential, but it's untapped potential. Do you think that there should be a form of communication and a platform and agreement from international organizations, from the government, to these universities where the students are, where the potential is, that when there are opportunities like the World Health Assembly, it should be more accessible? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a really big question, and from my perspective, I think that yes, there will be, like, as they previously say, there are many people have the privilege to get the more opportunity than others, and it does can do some work by the government or the international organization to provide more opportunity to those who need, or those from the a lower income country or the middle income country. I think that it's the now is the word with the digital, and we may have more opportunity by using a digital network to trying to do more things. Like today we have a live stream for internet, so we can have more people to see. They don't need to come to Geneva. And also there are many course platforms in the many internet website. You can try to learn things by yourself. So I think those things will trying to shorten the barrier between the country and between the and give more privilege to the one who need. Yeah, and that's my answer.
Yes. So I want to talk a little bit about my experiences that me and Alice have joined the Fly On International Service team, and we have maybe some ideas or some plan, and we can present it to the Ministry of Education, and then they will provide some budget for us to do this kind of project. So I think that if the students have the enthusiastic and also some ideas, we can seek for the supply or any financial or maybe any supplies we can get, and we can practice our ideas. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to what they mentioned, your question is really, really good, and it's actually something that we're still advocating for. I was part of the ECOSOC Youth Forum in Asia and the Pacific, and it is something that we had as a call to action for the member states, which is actually to involve youth more and to involve them significantly. Because I think Brian mentioned as well in his presentation, sometimes youth are put as tokens. So right now we're still advocating for them to involve youth, make opportunities for youth, and to have youth part of the whole decision-making process, from brainstorming to implementation to feedback, regulation. So I think that's a really good question, and just to say it's still something we're advocating for.
I'll just touch really quickly, and I think so. WHO Europe is actually doing a really great job in the region. They've created a European youth network that kind of goes out to reach out to young people and consult them meaningfully on different topics. I think on your question of how to demonstrate your potential and your value, I think it's excellence in general. I think being able to communicate what you're doing, being able to sell what you're doing. Showcase what yourself and your peers are doing together, and being loud, vocal, and present about what you're doing. I think that's, in my experience, the best way to get the attention of policymakers. I think another kind of thing that I would say is to find your champions, people who will advocate for you within government, within your universities, within international organizations, because they'll be able to carve out spaces for you. So, for instance, the Model WHO simulations, I wouldn't have been able to do that if it weren't for the school's director at the time, Professor Peter Piot, who you may have known, started UNAIDS. He essentially gave me a blank check and said, I believe in what you're doing. Here's a blank check. Do whatever you need to do. Start up this Model WHO simulation. So it's being able to sell yourself, sell your ideas, and then finding those champions to actually give you the space and the opportunities to actually carry them out.
Okay, so now since we have a time limit, yeah, we are kind of running out of time. So one more question, Mister. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Salman. I'm a medical intern based in India, and I'm also a part of the IFMSA delegation. I must say that I could relate to all of you, since we are of the similar age, and I couldn't, conventionally I cannot relate to many of the panelists, honestly. So my question to you is, as youth, we often feel pressures like perfectionism, or not being enough experienced in a room full of global health experts. So in your experience or in your perspectives, how do we ensure that we can put our perspectives out there without feeling the imposter syndrome? Thank you.
I'll repeat the question. I'll let other people answer it. So I think the question was around, as a student or a young public health, advocate, how do you get your perspectives out there, and how do you make sure that your perspectives are heard? Was that? And how do you not feel like imposter syndrome when you're going to places where you might be less experienced, quote unquote?
Thank you for the question. It's actually a really good question again. So for me personally, I just remind myself that I'm not alone, or I'm not just giving my perspective when it comes to this decision making. It does come from the members of my organization, and I do know that what I'm saying represents them as well. So I just think about that, think about all of the people who have the same ideas as me, and I'm able to give my perspective out there because of that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I also want to offer my personal experience. So when I want to speak up for some certain topic or certain issue, so I think I'll just consult some senior colleagues also, yeah, just to confirm that, okay, my speaking is being heard.
I'll just say something really quick. I think it's it's humility, being humble, and being afraid to acknowledge that you might not know everything, but showing that you have willingness to learn. Because I think that's, if you're just trying to fake it all the time and you're pretending that you're an expert, you'll get caught up. Someone will ask you a question on stage and you won't have the knowledge of it. So I think having the humility to be like, look, I don't know, but I'm going to find out. And then you come back and again, closing that loop, and you go back to them and say, look, I've found it out, and this is what I've found out. So.
I think there's just one word, just try and error, because you can like try, you're the youngest, so you have the many opportunities to try, and if you make mistakes, that people won't say you're really wrong or like really being furious about you, so just why not trying? Yeah.
Okay, thanks all speakers and moderator on stage, and thanks you all for joining us for an active discussion. And so next we're having our group photo together. Okay.
That to me, okay. Please give me a big hand for these attendees, the speakers. Okay. Great, thanks. This is very fruitful to me, okay. I sense to you all attend this event, and a great sense to my colleagues, all the team members here, and please give me a great hand to my colleagues, okay? And finally, please do me a favor. Can you stand up now and move on to the stage, because our photographer want to make an impression, make a photo. 应该那个 哎，是坐的吗？ OK， 啊，没关系，他。Please wait. All the attendees on the stage and our staff on the ground. Okay, so please go on the stage. Thank you. Come on here, come on here. Come on here.